Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Chief Whip. Good morning, Ndosi. Good morning, Honorable Sangon. Honorable Malema, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Matheis, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Breitenbach. A very good morning to you. Honorable Thopa, Honorable Barnett, Honorable Ngola, Honorable James. Good morning, Advocate Zigala. Good morning, SC. Matheus wants to ask you a question. I don't know how you are going to respond when you are away. No, Ndosi is requesting to go out for just a minute.
Can we go through our arrangements?
So, honorable members, just to remind you, we are going to start with the economic freedom fighters. The time allocated is 1 hour 20 minutes. And the next speaker will be Honorable Sauls. His time is 1 hour. And then we will break and come back at 11:30. When we come back at 11:30, 1 hour to Honorable Sangoni, 1 hour to Honorable Breitenbach. And then break at 1:30. I hope those time allocations are understood by members, and we must adhere to that. Thank you.
It's so hard.
Thank you, Ndosi. Welcome. Honorable Matheus. Let me just confirm that it's 3 minutes past 9. So you will have additional 3 minutes to the 1:20 because the 1 hour 20 was supposed to be starting at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair. Chair earlier said you said that, you don't have a clock on me. I'm just saying. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, honourable members, and good morning, former Minister. Let's get into it. Former Minister, you've said that the National Commissioner, Bheki Cele, stabilized SAPS and put many systems and structures in place that made the police function much more efficiently. Then you took over from Cele and you continued the great work, and the crime stats are evident of your superior work as a National Commissioner. Then you were removed. In came Ria Piecha and was appointed, and based on your oral evidence yesterday, you said that this is when SAP started losing some of its institutional capacity. Am I paraphrasing more or less your testimony yesterday in that regard? Particularly on the former National Commissioner, Ria Piecha, and her administration. Okay. So what do you think, or what do you know, what factors or interests led to the appointment of the former National Commissioner, Ria Peja, as the National Commissioner?
Well, I don't know. I'll be guessing, Honourable Member. Good morning and thank you very much. I'll be guessing what led to that, except the understanding that the appointment of the National Commissioner is a prerogative of the President of the Republic of South Africa, authorized by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that the President will appoint the man or the woman as the Commissioner of the South African Police. So what criteria really that is used, I can't tell. I gave the story myself that I was approached by him that I'll be appointed, and I did not like the job at all because I thought it was a tough job, but he insisted and all that. But when I was appointed, I had a little bit of understanding of the police. Remember, I was the MSc, I was the chair of the Safety and Security in KZN. I don't know what would trigger or even given an inch of understanding or thinking that Ria Peja could be a national commissioner. I have no idea.
So there's actually something you don't know about the political
No,
landscape and appointments. I'm
definitely.
surprised.
I wouldn't know
And the question wasn't so much, Minister, on like what criteria, but what were the material conditions during that time in both the government and the political landscape? I was asking you to speak to that, but I understand if you don't want to comment or you don't have anything concrete to contribute to that.
Well, I don't know anything about somebody's prerogative. It's somebody's prerogative, which means it's you and you only, Honourable Member, nobody else. Once it's prerogative, you can do something that we don't understand, but it's your prerogative, and then we must live with it.
Okay. So you're pretty much saying that you didn't understand, or you maintain that you don't understand why that decision was taken, but we do understand that it was the prerogative of the president. Do you think, and maybe this is a better question, do you think that the institutional capacity or the decline of it rather was a deliberate process rather than a gradual neglect? And more specifically, whose interests do you think it serves if we have a SAPS that is weak?
I guess it was deliberate. I guess it was deliberate. As I've mentioned, you know, the structures that were there were dismantled. Both the operational and the managerial structures were really messed up. So whose interest was it? I wouldn't know. But I could also say it did look like it was across the justice system rather than the police alone. The NPA was changed. Some people they were thrown out of the NPA. Some are sitting here who were thrown out of the NPA. Not only that, even in the state security apparatus, people that were there were thrown out. People that you know that they were doing the good job, they're thrown out. Whose interest will be, maybe that's a story to find one day why. But you ask me if it was accident, I would say no.
Okay, and you don't have an opinion on why this would be. And I understand it would be your opinion, but you haven't done any digging, and you are a senior member in, both a political party and you've been serving in government for a very, very long time. So when you see this, I'm sure you would have had some discussions or applied your mind. And I understand that this would just be your take on it, not necessarily that was the case.
Well, the opinion is that if I come, I want to steal, and I know that you have a bulldog, having a chance, I'll take the teeth out of the bulldog. so that I do things proper. So maybe somebody was taking teeth out of the bulldog so that can do things the way he wants.
And who do you think that was?
Those that were leading.
Who was leading at that time?
Well, Zuma was the president at the
So
time.
it was under the Zuma administration. What was... So I guess you've answered this also already, because you're saying that there was also increased political interference during that period, and that contributed largely to the deliberate institutional capacity decline within SAPS. Can we say that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. One of the reasons you said you were removed, former minister, was that you refused to take illegal or improper instructions. So I want to talk a little bit about the Marikana massacre, because it happened during that period. So if you were still the national commissioner during that period when the Marikana workers were protesting for a living wage, and then we had the ANC deputy president, Cyril Ramaphosa, that was all over, meeting ministers and calling for pointed action. How would you have responded to the protests of the Marikana workers?
Well, I would be saying this time and again, sometimes I sound arrogant. If I were there, they would not have a Marikana. I sound arrogant when I say, but I can assure you, there would be no Marikana if one was there. Maybe let's take this one. I don't know. I'm not defending Cyril on this one. But I don't know. Cyril was the member of the ANC, was not in government.
Yeah, that's
who's
what
the
I
president
said.
now. And then he speaks to the Minister of Police, as it happens even today. That people, they speak to the minister. And then the minister speaks to the national commissioner, and Marikana happens. But the focus up to this day is more on Cyril rather than the minister and the national commissioner that were there. I don't know how it changed to be that way. For me, I think, again, most of us were crying at the wrong funeral there. To say Cyril is maybe the letter that he wrote or the email, I don't know whether it was a letter.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Yes, but he wrote it to somebody that had to moderate it in terms of implementation. I don't think that the letter from Cyril said, you go and shoot 34 people and die there. I don't think he said so. So I would love how it came about. Another very serious point about Marikana, all of us, we talk about 34 people. We don't talk about 10 people that died before that day, and brutally so. You know, the police that were killed there, and they were cut their manhood and all that kind of thing. We don't talk about that. But you want my opinion on the police shooting on that particular day. Let me give the story of the National Commissioner, who's almost 2 months in the job, and he surely has no understanding of the environment. Honorable Member, the operatives, the commanders, some of them, for sure, the person that was there, I think was Mawela, who was on the ORS, they went and briefed the National Commission and go to copies and sit on copies. He said, you go and fence that place, put the barbed wire, put the police inside. When the people come, put the tear gas on them. That's the first thing. Second thing you do, you go to the bus company and tell them to stop ferrying people there. And thirdly, have what you call disruptive arrest, those that were agitating and all that, do that thing. And as they left, he changed the whole plan. He told Commissioner Mbombo, who was the only female commissioner, provincial commissioner at the time, to say, you go and deal with them. You remember the morning statement that today is a D-Day. And that how came about. There were many ways of avoiding that kind of death. And it's unfortunate that it happens, and we must, as South Africans, stay with that blood stain for a very long time.
Former Minister, I know you're saying that you're not defending President Ramaphosa, and that we are that our focus hasn't been on the minister and the national commissioner. But this is speaking exactly to the political interference, because he wasn't even in government at that time. He was a deputy minister of the ANC, and he was calling ministers. And he asked, and he said there must be pointed action. So we can't downplay that.
Was that deputy minister of the ANC?
Yeah, he was deputy minister of the ANC at that time.
No.
Oh, deputy. Sorry,
No, he wasn't.
okay.
No, he wasn't.
Sorry, my bad. A deputy president of the ANC at that time.
No. Who was the deputy president of the country then?
I don't know who was.
Honorable Matthys, just hold a moment. Let me take Honorable Sangon.
No, Chair, I just want us to correct Honorable Matthys. We're not interrupting her testimony. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa was neither deputy minister nor deputy president of the ANC when Marikana happened. If the facts can just be correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I stand corrected, but I thought you had just come out of a conference at that time, or he was. But I stand corrected. But I mean, that even makes it worse. He wasn't even in political leadership, and he was calling ministers, and ministers were responding to him. He also met with the Minister of Mineral Resources here in Cape Town in his own testimony. You don't have to respond to that, Minister Cele, but I obviously you can.
To respond on the first one. I think deputy president of the ANC have been always deputy president of the country. So that's why I want to know who was the deputy president of the country then, because that would be the deputy president of the ANC. But Ramaphosa was not the deputy president. He was an NEC member.
Okay.
Was definitely an NEC member, but not deputy president.
Okay, I had my
Honorable
information
Ngola.
incorrect. I thought there was a gap between the election, the ANC conference, and then the country's elections, but I stand corrected. Thank you, ANC members.
Honorable Matthys, let's take Honorable Ngola.
Thank you.
No, Chair, just to also help that Marikana happened in August 2012. President Ramaphosa was elected Deputy President of the ANC in December 2012. Thank you, Chair.
NEC members of the ANC calling ministers. Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you. You said you've refused to take illegal and improper instructions, and this is why you were removed. I think I've dealt with that question. Do you think Ria Piaga was thrown under the bus by the same politicians who entangled themselves in the SAPS operations that resulted in the Marikana massacre?
No. Before that, Honorable Member, I want to take a step back on this NEC members calling the ANC. The CIC sitting next to you there, on the issues of safety, we have met as I'm an ANC, as I'm a Minister of Police. But CIC, we have met. It would be so much irresponsible for me to say I'm not meeting the leaders when it comes. The leadership of the IFP, I've met Tlabisa as a president. I've met Holomisa as a president of UDM. And I just imagine the minister saying, I'm not meeting the politicians. That would be a hell of a minister. So because all of us, we have one minister. Otherwise, we say, you have your EFF minister, you have your UDM minister, you have... So that can't be out of order when political leaders have an access to ministers. It doesn't matter. If you become a minister tomorrow, I'll look at you, social welfare, and ask my 350 from you. So definitely, it can't be out of order that political leaders have an access to ministers.
Okay, but we're not saying that it's out of order for the access, but the level of access and even the emails that are even calling for pointed action, it was quite specific. But I think we can move on from
I
there.
agree on that. We can move on.
Minister, that was excessive involvement, was almost like a directive. Let's talk about whether you think Ria Pheega was thrown under the bus by these same politicians who entangled themselves in the operations, the Marikana SAPS operations.
About the operation or about the whole appointment?
No, the operations during the whole
He thrown
Marikana
himself under
thing.
the bus.
She threw herself.
Yes.
She wasn't thrown
She
also.
threw herself under the bus. I'm saying
Oh, okay.
she had a good night before when the operatives, the generals, they went to brief her how to handle the situation. And in the morning, there was an announcement to say today is a D-Day, opposing all the briefings that had happened the previous night. So she was given the way out, and she opted to not to ride the bus, but to go under it.
So do you think she did that because she was directed by the politicians?
I wouldn't know then. Why so?
Okay. Yesterday, you said that if you were the national commissioner and you received that New Year's Eve directive about disbanding in the TWAS team, you would have told him to stay in his lane. Do you think that General Masimula is part of the problem for allowing political interference?
I don't think it's a part of the problem, General Masimula. Well, to start with, on the eve he wasn't there, and then but at the end of the time, I think for me it became very soft, even to engage on phasing out. For me, he should have said, no, it can't happen. Maybe take the opportunity of explaining to the minister, eyeball to eyeball, how it came about and advise. But looks like there was not even an opportunity of the National Commissioner, nor Mkwanaze, nor Kumalo, to brief the minister on these matters. I think the door was shut for them. Even if they wish to do it, it doesn't look like they were given the opportunity to do it.
So do you think that this is a characteristic, or that he just responded softly, and as the president had, my CIC had said, he was more agreeable, or is that speaks to his character, and is that the type of character that we need as a national commissioner, who can't say to the politicians, yay, stay in your lane?
I think he's one person that I've worked with for a very long time. When I was a commissioner, when I was Masimula is very respectful. He's something that has a lot of respect as a person, as a human being. No doubt about that. Sometimes in the circles where I speak, I said he would have made a good bishop, Masimula. He's got a very, maybe a very good heart to look after the lions. That's that for me. But he knows his job. He knows his job. Maybe he doesn't have enough pushback when he's supposed to do it. He would take you along, maybe taking you along until he reaches the cliff, and he jumps with you or on the cliff. But I think it's one person that, well, he's a human being, but he's one person that I think he will have very less bad intentions in life.
And then, just to close on this section, former minister, from your experience, what would be a more progressive appointment process and accountability for a national commissioner, one that doesn't rely that heavily on two politicians to keep their positions. And this is on the back of the fact that we've only had one national commissioner since 1994 that served a full term. So that might be a problem. So just your take, since you've been in the space for a long time, and it's also something that as a committee we need to give recommendations and guidance on the
You
process.
say one, you mean favors.
I beg your pardon?
If you say one that finishes term, you mean,
Yeah,
you mean favors.
yeah.
Served his term. You know, I always wonder which side of fivers did people see as a best commissioner. Shoba Shobane died after fivers, under fivers. They died after him. The mass killings of Richmond happened under fivers. I remember that at one time, him and me sabambananga mawashing in Richmond, because I could see that police were not doing what they're supposed to do. Shoba Shobane, honorable member, police went door to door asking the houses of the ANC people if they had the guns, and we knew that after that was going to be a raid. And I spoke to Skuman, and on the 15th of December 95, I said to the secretary of the ANC, which happens to be Mkhunu in the province, let's go and talk with the police in Potchefstroom to say it's going to be a disaster in Shoba Shobane. And then there was a guy called Fori, who was a commander of the stability unit, who was advising the IFP what to say in the meeting when we meet. And all those things were related to fivers who did not do anything about it. Those are the facts. This is what my understanding when people say is the best one. This one is things said I don't have facts about it. You'll know now that Fivers is one of the people that have one of the best private security company. I think his big job, he works with, what is this, fast train, Gautrain. I'm told that most of them that work there are South African Police Service members that were sent to be trained for specialization overseas and then were extracted out of the organization to come and work for the private security. That's information I have. I have not verified it. So for me, that he finished, it doesn't mean that he did the best job.
But you haven't answered the question about what do you think, or what process should we have that our national commissioner, that is one of the most powerful positions in the country actually, is not reliant, them staying in that position is not reliant on two politicians essentially.
Okay. The first thing is to deal with the constitution.
Yeah,
On that
that's
matter.
what we're asking.
You start from there. Otherwise, no matter what you wish, you are not going to do anything. The second one, I think I did explain yesterday how Masimula was appointed.
Yeah, that there was
that
panel, yeah.
Not very rigid, but it was a panel of people that know the environment. Obviously, honorable member, with the constitution fixed, all DGs are appointed that way of panels and taken to the cabinet and all that. I think that because the National Commission is a DG, I think it will follow the patterns of the appointment of all DGs.
Okay. You said that when you were appointed as the National Commissioner, you had a pretty decent relationship with most of the generals when you arrived at headquarters, lieutenant generals, major generals, but not all of them. And you didn't tell us which ones you did not have a good relationship with. So can you, or the relationship was not as welcoming, I suppose, as it was with the others. So who were those, and how did you manage those working relationships?
Most of them had good relationship, but the one I think we didn't have a good relationship with Cele, General Cele, who was the head of the supply chain, and also before he joined the South African Police Service was the commissioner of the Sky Butcher Police under Noche, who was the Minister of Justice, Police and Correctional or Prisons. So I felt he was really locked and arrested to the past of him being the leader of one of the most brutal Bantustan, Sky, and he was part of the shooting that took place somewhere in Bisho where many people died. He was running those operations. He was part of it. So maybe with this history that did not put us together from where my background of politics and his background of politics. But we worked along, but we knew that we were not very warm to each other.
So you all managed to keep it professional. So there was no relationship with any of the major generals or lieutenant generals that affected the performance. You performing your job and also them performing their jobs during that time.
Well, any good thing that happened then, it was collective, Honorable Member. Definitely could not be a single man running the whole thing. We were very collective, and fortunately, we had this very focused project going towards the 2010. So that makes us to work together.
So you ran a tight team. You maintain that you ran a tight team as the National Commissioner with your generals.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
Let's go on to the IMC. I know we've overkilled this a little bit, but there was just some things that were not that clear. So the IMC for the political killings, did they report directly to the president or to cabinet? And if they reported to the president, was cabinet regularly briefed on its work and its resolutions?
Well, it reported direct to the president, but its issues were also discussed in the cabinet.
Okay. And is there any document that sets out the functions of the IMC on political killings? Not the PKTT, because those have been explained both by the National Commissioner and the General, but something similar to like terms of reference that were adopted to guide the work of the IMC.
Well, the documents of the IMC would be the minutes of the meetings, but also because it was multifaceted in terms of departments, the information note that was produced by the National Commission of the South African Police, yes, it does have that information you're talking about, how they were going to be informed and what are they going to do coming from where. But I would not argue the same what other DGs do in their department to create the roadmap, as I know for sure that South African Police Service under the leadership of Cele did. If you ask that, the portion of the police, indeed that happened.
Okay, so there were no terms of reference. We just have an information note on the IMC, with the establishment of the IMC.
Well,
and then minutes of documents, etc.
There were no terms of reference except the instruction what they were supposed to go and do in KZN.
You explained that task teams, by their very nature, are task and time specific, and it can't be a permanent, and there's no, and that no organization can ever eliminate the reliance on task teams. Right? That was your oral evidence yesterday. But in your term of office as a minister, you were chairing this IMC. Were you ever briefed about the 2019 work study that was done about task teams? Do you know about the 2019 work study that was done on task teams? Because the minister relied heavily on this, and he used this as one of the reasons for disbanding the PKTT.
I don't know what this work study. What I know is organogram.
It was submitted to us. So during your period, you've never seen the 2019 work study report?
It was organogram, rather than the work study.
Okay. Well, I guess if we have that in the, okay, we can follow up on that. So you don't know about the work, you understand the onogram, not this work study report. And okay, let's say that if we are talking about the onogram, why wasn't that implemented? Because this is what the minister is saying, that he used it and he relied heavily on that outside of Auntie Mary's letters of complaints, etc. So the work study report, he went on quite significantly about it. So what was your understanding about? But you're saying it's not a work study report, you're saying it's an onogram. So that might have fallen part, Minister, of the work study report.
Maybe one problem you raised initially, Honourable Member, of the lifespan of national commissioners in the South African police. They are responsible for development of the organogram. And then they concur or they show it to the minister and all that. For the very fact that they stay this short, as they develop it, you find that he or she goes without finishing it. But there'll be always one where they continue to implement as they are there. But maybe, as you say, after 5 years, no national commission has finished the term. So all of them will leave the half-cooked work going forward. Even myself, I remember that one was showed by Stolle, but Masimula came and you reorganize it. Remember what the Constitution says. Theirs is to organize, to command, and all that kind of thing. So they have the right to put it as the way they do. I guess this thing of commissioners not staying too long is one of the problems that makes the police not to fly smoothly, not to be consistent and do what they're supposed to do. So they come and go too soon before they finish their work. I think that is one of the problems, that it was not signed, and signed 2025, yes, but it doesn't mean that there was no working document before that. The previous one that would be signed, they'd be working on it.
So the work study having been done or commissioned in 2019, having it implemented in the end of December 2024, do you think that was sound?
Do you think it was sound?
Yeah, like a sound decision to use that as a reason.
Well, December 2024, how long was the minister in the office then? 6 months? Almost 6 months. I sometimes take some time to understand and learn these things. Honourable Member, South African Police Service is a very complicated environment. It would help for any one of us to give a little bit of time to understand members there. But I heard the minister that he has consulted with many people and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how deep has it done that kind of consultation. But for me, that would be a little bit short to come there, you find this 2019 thing, and you don't give yourself enough time. 6 months for me would have been too short.
The Minister Mkhunu also testified that parts of the handover when you left office as the Minister of Police, that the handover did not include a briefing on the PKTT. Is that true? Did you have a handover? Or did
We
you
did
just
have
go,
I prepared quite a thick document for handover. We sat down 2 hours, we discussed.
2 hours
Yeah,
only?
yeah. Actually, I was given an hour in the office. And then I was given an hour.
And there was no engagement after that 1 hour, 2 hours in this
2
case?
hours. The engagement that could have happened is when I've left it to you and said, Minister, my phone away because there are many other things that we might have to share. Unfortunately, that phone never came. And I guess even the question of this PKTT would have better discussed if that phone did come. But I can't remember, Honourable Member, the issues that we discussed that were in the document.
In those 2
Honorable
hours?
Matthys, let's take Honorable Novalo.
I thought you were stopping me. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, on the question that Honorable Matthys has asked a short while ago about the letter, the study that was signed after the letter was issued. I'm just interested on the clarity of the Minister on the procedural aspect. That, Minister, is it correct, General, is it correct to sign or to issue a directive on the basis of a letter which we have not signed as yet? Because the justification by the Minister is that the reason why we disbanded this on the 31st of December is because we signed a study, or the Commissioner signed a study with a new organogram in May 2025. So the new organogram was signed after the letter was issued. Now, was it procedurally correct? I'm just interested on that part. Thank you.
The study was signed in May, and the 31st letter
Yes, was disbanded.
was going to be accommodated on the study that does not exist.
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't give logic because the study was not existing. So why do you sign the letter to fit on the structure that is not existing? So I don't think it was correct.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, Honorable Matthys.
Just on clarity, when you met Makhala in December at the very posh Beverly Hills Hotel in Umhlanga, did he tell you also, I just didn't get proper clarity on that, did he tell you that the PKTT was going to be disbanded?
No.
Okay. So the first time you heard about it was with the rest of us, the New Year's Eve, when it was circulated in the media on the 2nd of January?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated yesterday, and maybe I should also just get clarity on this, that you saw messages on his phone, Kat's phone, from the minister. Am I correct?
Yes, those messages that were either from Kat coming, they were sent to my phone. So I read them in my phone coming from Kat to say this is what he has received from the minister.
Okay, I thought yesterday you were saying that you saw evidence on Kat's phone that the minister and him were engaging. That's not so?
No, it was on Kat's phone, but it was sent to my phone.
And then how did you verify that those messages were indeed from Minister Mkhunu?
Well, I was told that were from Minister Mkhunu by a Kat, but verification it was not done.
Did you engage your comrade? Because you refer to him as your comrade. I mean, you're both long-serving members, senior members for that in the ANC. Because you meet this person, Minister, for the first time, and he's telling you these things about the minister and financing his campaign, did you engage your comrade about that? Because who else could he be telling? And Minister Mchunu, whether you like it or not, is your comrade. You don't know Kat.
Well, I don't regard him as a comrade. He is a comrade.
You don't what? Sorry, I didn't get that.
You said I regard him as a comrade.
You said
no, I
that.
don't regard him as a comrade. He is a comrade.
Okay.
I did say, honorable member, that I did try to engage him to talk about things, including mayor and all that, somewhere in January, where I was not offered the opportunity to discuss the matters.
And then what was your intention? Because you said you wanted information from Kat many times and very animated at that minister. So what was your intention on using this information about Kat regarding Minister Mchunu that superseded the fact that this Kat has told you that he signed, that he committed a criminal offense? He signed a sworn affidavit saying that police stole his Rolex watches and they didn't.
Well, the information started from there, but it was interesting that I was part of the discussions as they were talking about the project. So I wanted to hear what more was said about me going forward, working on the project that he was asked to fund. And as I've said, honorable member, that I would not have said no to information, especially when it involves me. I said, one of the discussions says we'll work well so long we don't work with Cele and Zuma, but sometimes the document that was very old, it was sent as it was going to be used as a basis of arresting me and all that. So with such information, I would not have stayed far to understand what's going on, what is discussed about me.
So your intention on accessing this information was pretty much to protect yourself and also, to an extent, General Khumalo.
And understand what is happening and what is said about me, yes.
And what would you have done, or what were you planning to do? Was it just a way on how you were going to maneuver or navigate?
Well, it would have been good to speak to the minister as my comrade about it. That has not happened. I've made the fact that I did try, but I didn't win that battle. But also, it would be good to know what is planned about me, so that whatever way to defend myself is looked at, and any action to defend myself is taken.
You engaged Minister Ramaphosa at the ANC January 8th rally. Did you know whether Minister Mchunu had discussed the disbandment with him when you when you spoke to the president?
I don't know if they discussed, with the exception of what I heard from Minister Mchunu. I think he did say, after writing the letter, he briefed the president. I think that's a statement, that he briefed the president after I've written. For me, that's a correct one, that he briefed the president after has written the letter. To me, that can't be a consultation, which really would have been very wrong for him to do, to go and brief the president instead of consulting the president. But if they did speak before it happened, I don't know.
Okay.
The only information I have is this one.
Oh, okay. And then what, you did not tell us what was the president's reaction. I think that's very important. Did he just smile and nod?
When I spoke to the president to facilitate the meeting of either three of us or with him, he said he will look at it.
That's it. He wasn't surprised. He just said he was going to look at it, and then did he come back to you? Was that facilitated?
Well, honorable member, you are a top official of the EFF, so we are speaking at this stage when the rally is about to start.
Okay.
Really, even yourself as a DSG, Yeah, the TSG. If I come that time, you might even say, come back the other time. So we're at this stage, everybody's singing and all. I see a small opportunity. I rush and said, please, can we happen this? And I go, I said, okay, I'll look at it. And that was that.
And it didn't happen.
It could be even, by the way, not again speaking on his behalf, it could even flash out of his head, looking at the situation and the place where he was set.
And then you didn't follow up with him since he had indicated to
No.
you, yeah, you'll look into it, you just left it?
No.
All right. Let's talk about, you spoke extensively about SAP's capacity and private security and both the taxi industry luring our highly trained SAPs and Defence Force, Special Task Force members to go and work with them. And primarily this is because of the poor working conditions and the low pay. Did you have these discussions or did you raise any of this when you were a minister in cabinet meetings? Because, I mean, this is a dire situation that we are in. So what did you do about it when you were a minister? Did you engage cabinet about it?
Honourable Member, that situation you see is not only dire for those special forces, it's dire for the whole organization.
Yeah, that's it.
If you had been fly and beyond the wall, you would have heard how much irritating I was in cabinet about the police matters, starting when Honorable Tito Mboweni was there, may his soul rest in peace, when he was a Minister of Finance. I even ventured on something funny when I said to him, can you allow the police not to pay, from certain level, not to pay the tax? Because their salary is terrible. Their salary is terrible, and their work is hard, the police. And then he said, what do we do with nurses? What do we do with teachers? I said, I'm not the minister of nurses. I'm not the minister of teachers. I'm a minister of police. If those ministers, they see it fit, they will come to the minister. And Tito says, that won't happen. And it didn't happen. I said, okay, can we work on the numbers of the police? Honorable Member, again, in 2010, there were 50 million South Africans and 195,000 police in the Republic of South Africa. The target was to make 200 the next 2 years. And then when we came back, there were 187 with 62 million. Besides the specialized forces, the numbers themselves have dwindled. So we have to push very hard to work on those numbers. So those discussions were almost on the overall of the organization rather than specific. But when it comes to national commissioner, it should be specific, dealing with the units, including the specialized units.
So essentially, this is another fundamental failure of government of retaining our highly trained police and leaving them to the taxi industry and to private security. In other words, since you have engaged them as an irritant actually in cabinet and nothing has been changed.
Maybe we'll use different English. For me, it's a serious shortcoming that this actually needs to be fixed. We can't have such a situation of these members leaving. By the way, I spoke about the special task force and the special task force of the army. I did not talk about the NIU, which is part of that. But few weeks ago, I met in one meeting. I met the members of the CATS, and I asked, where is so and so is their commander? I'm told he has just gone to join the. So CATS, honorable member, their training is equal to the special task force. Is one of the top kind of an elite, the CATS that are in the South African police. So it's continuing. Bleeding these skills out of the police is continuing, and it needs to be arrested and arrested soon.
I don't think South Africans are going to agree with you on this one, Minister. This is not a shortcoming, it's a fundamental failure of government, and the reason why we feel very unsafe in the streets of South
And
Africa.
I'll not oppose South Africans.
Yeah, don't.
I'll not.
Let's talk about just some border control issues. We were talking about, and you spoke also very passionately about the influx of drugs in South Africa, and this is largely due to our porous borders. We don't have enough scanners. Are you aware of that?
Well, I don't see Mom James. Oh, okay. She's here. I know how passionate she is when it comes to the drug issues, which South Africans should really be so. We are under siege, Honorable Member. South Africa is under siege when it comes to these drugs. We have been found as a lucrative market and transit. Let me give you a little bit of a story. In '94, I went for training in London. I was trained in one of the most elite institutions called Scotland Yard. I did my training there. That time I was with Brian. He was in the School of Economics. I was in the Civil College of Safety in London. We were told there, '94, that South Africa is going to be playground of gangsters and drugs. They said there were 3 reasons for that when we were told in Scotland Yard. There were 3 reasons for that. One is our aviation system that will expand to the whole world, so it would be easy. Secondly, is the strength of our currents. They don't mind to use our money. And thirdly, is a banking system that it was easy to move the money and all that. And it has happened exactly that way. That we are a new playground of drugs, both transit and both consumption. But consumption, unfortunately, they find the market on the poor little child, especially black child, that makes those that live in huge suburbs very much rich. I is one area where I will accept that I don't think that we have had enough pushback when it comes to the drug situation. So I think more work must be done on that matter. But also, Honorable Member, I would make a call that there is this document. I don't know if honorable members have this document. It's called Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy. Honorable Member James knows it. This document, the subheading says, a whole of government and whole of society approach to fight crime. I think it was signed by the cabinet in 2022, developed by the Department of Police. So it would be good to work on it because the drug issue starts with home. It starts with the society. It's the very society that kills our kids, selling them the drugs and all that. It would be good that all of us will work on that matter. But it's one area where I think even our court system are not very hard when it comes to dealing with the drug issues. There is this sad story of Umlife that is going around, of the judge and all that. I think, giving you my opinion, the way we are under siege, as the government, as the security apparatus, as the society, we're not doing well to protect ourselves, especially our kids, from this sketch.
The question was specifically asking about scanners at our borders. Do we have enough? Drugs and human trafficking, etc. Because
No,
you also served, there's a...
No, we don't.
Yeah.
No, we don't have.
So when you served as the National Commissioner and also as a minister on the, I think it's the Border Management Interministerial IMC.
It's PMA.
Yeah. And that's headed by the Minister of Home Affairs from what I understand. So were there discussions and was there a push that we get more scanners? Because surely this can't be a budget thing because it starts there at the borders. So what were the discussions? Why is Treasury not releasing money to get more scanners, from your understanding?
It was raised, not once, for many times, to find those scanners. But as you say, that Treasurer will look at that, and the security cluster coming to it. It will help if we can get more scanners. But I can assure you, that would not stop the trucks coming. We'll have to have the extra method, but it will reduce it as it comes. Drastically, I'm not sure, because one big problem about this thing is the human nature, Honourable Member. It's a human nature. As you are sitting here, everybody asks the question about the Auditor General. Everybody asks the Auditor General, PCKI and all that. You come here, you see the scope and all that. Drug lords and criminals have no Auditor General. They don't have Auditor General. They don't have a budget. They don't have a scope. So the budget of criminality always beats the budget of government. That's why it's important that security cluster is taken as one of the departments to make the country stable. And it is not so at the present moment.
Noted, Minister. So Treasury, I think, also just gets the, and I think even members of Parliament and government, we get this thing mixed up because it's Parliament that approves budget. And it's not necessarily Treasury. So I think that's something we as the ad hoc committee must note in our findings, that it can't always be Treasury that dictates what must happen. We are the lawmakers, and when things needs to happen, we need to give instructions and they need to follow through, because their general attitude is that they are the deciding factor on money. But that's just by the way. Let's talk a little bit about, we spoke about, and you spoke quite extensively about the political killings and political party accountability. In your view, what do you think that political parties themselves, and maybe the ANC in particular, since they lead in the number of killings in the political killings, what needs to happen? Because political parties is going to be a permanent feature, and if we're saying that this political killings task team is not something, it must have an end in sight. But political parties are not having an end in sight. Speak to us about what political parties can do in that regard, and then, okay, let's respond to that, and then I'll move to the next question.
Well, your opening statement was very correct, that political parties, the latter one of the ANC, I'm not sure about it. This element is more on a local government level. You don't find more of the MPLs being killed, or ourselves MPs, and is more on the. So, which means I had somebody, I can't remember who was to say is linked to tenders. I think it was Honourable Nomvalo yesterday. I don't think so. It could be, but it's more linked on the job opportunities. You know, one thing, this document also speaks about it, Honourable Member, that we'll have to fix in South Africa, is a question of unemployment. I'm telling you, this unemployment is one of the main things that is going to take us back to the doldrums as the country if it is not fixed. This level of thing is a part of employment. I said yesterday, and I repeat, most of the councillors that are in danger are those ward councillors that are aware that particular party is assured of winning. So I know if I remove you, I definitely come in. So it's a part of the job opportunities, which means parties themselves must look at the way they elect their representatives or their councillors coming on the matter. I don't know if there can be a satisfying way to say if honourable member is a ward candidate or ward of being a councillor, everybody is satisfied. It can't be a me situation. Can help. So parties need to work on that. But I think it needs to work broadly, even systematically, to say, I don't know if it can be done that if the councillor dies, there should be no kind of by-election, because it guarantees a killer that I'm going to come in. So I think we need to find some way that you killing me doesn't guarantee you that you are coming in. I think there are 3 wards where I know where the candidates in an assured particular ward that they will win are killed for immediate by-election. So they know they're going to come in. I think political parties can work on politics of what do we do to replace the murdered councillors. But broadly, political parties through the government and the National Assembly and their assemblies work on finding the job for people rather than having the government positions the only guaranteed jobs.
When you were the Minister of Police, did you have a longer-term plan or policy intervention that was aimed at addressing the root cause of these killings rather than just the investigating, charging and arresting of those involved?
PKTT is part of it, was a part of the long planning, part of the stabilization. That you investigate, you arrest, but also work on the preventative measures, which is part of the stabilization. So that was part of it. But the second part of it was to make this killing business less lucrative. You know, I'm not going to say which party, but there are several of them. At Escort, one councillor shot his car, shot the car from inside. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there is something called forensic. So he was found that he shot the car from inside. And why he shot the car? Because he wanted to be guarded. Why to be guarded? Because he had a private security company. So was going to employ his private security company to guard him, and then the state pays him. So those are some of the things that we'll have to make sure that business and government is really cut. But most of the time, especially at the low level, is not cut. And people use the government position to grant themselves or to give themselves opportunity to milk the government as if it's a business. That's one thing. But PKTT is part of it. Again, political members working on it, creating the stable environment in terms of employment and changing the methodologies of replacing the councillors that have been killed can work.
On to tenders and procurement allegations, Minister. So yesterday, again, this was also your very animated input or testimony to the committee, is that you do not get involved in tender processes. Was it particularly because we were asking the question about CAT's tender, or is it just your overall engagement as when you were a minister on the process? You stayed away from the processes altogether.
I don't smell it. I don't smell the tenders.
You've never smelled it.
No.
And then there was a protected disclosure by, I'm sure you're aware of it, by a Lieutenant General who served as a Deputy National Commissioner. And this protected disclosure paints a very different picture about your involvement in the tender processes. The Lieutenant General, in his protected disclosure, said that you were involved in the procurement of interception equipment that was valued to approximately 120 million rand, and this was without the required exemption certificate from the Department of Justice and State Security. What's your response to that?
That would be Vuma. That member of the would be General Vuma. General Vuma was part of, with General Stolle. I'm sure you know that they were found guilty by the court of law, having purchased the grabber that was 7 million with 47 million. Is part of that, and was found by the court of law, and they appealed, or they went to court to get appeal until they reached the final court of the Republic, and they were not allowed to continue with that. That's a person you talk about who have been criminally found guilty by the court of law. That's one. Two, that grab on that equipment speaks about the final document of it, which I think can be found, if you want, from the South African police, was signed. The last signature there was signed by then Commissioner Sithole after the presentation was made by the head of intelligence, General Jacobs. So there is no signature or the input of the minister buying that equipment, the interception equipment. So that is absolutely not true. And fortunately, documents there could be found if they wanted, who had a final signature in the document for purchasing that. The only problem with that process, Honorable Member, is that the law I spoke about yesterday was not followed. The agreement between these departments to buy such an equipment, and looks like after it has been bought, could not be utilized because the law was not followed to acquire it. I think that was a major problem. And then the discussions then had to be done by the ministers, because these laws, the agreement must be at the ministerial level, led by the Minister of Justice. So the discussion on that matter comes to that level of dealing with this law that says 5 departments must agree on it. So that's an issue on that situation.
Okay. So the question
Honorable
wasn't...
Nomvalo, just a moment, Honorable Matthys.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for coming after the fact. My hand has been up, unfortunately. You were not seeing it. The General has said that part of a responsibility of the PKTT was to prevent these political killings. Now, in a historical context, General, in KZN in particular, the political killings were happening between the ANC comrades and IFP comrades. Now, is that still the case? Is it not now happening, or was it not happening during that period of the PKTT because of internal dynamics of one party, wherein you find councillors or possible potential councillors fighting for being councillors. Was it that not the situation? And if it was, what preventative measure you can put in place as a PKTT? Let's say you advise the PKTT to say, this is a problem. This is the root cause of this problem. Dynamics, party dynamics are contributing to this gouge, and to prevent it, these are the measures that you can put in place. I'm not sure if my question was clear.
I will allow him to answer the first part, and the second part he can only answer if he has recommendations, so that we don't spend, we don't become prejudicial to the member. Her time is running out at 23 minutes past 10. 23 minutes past 10, your time is running out.
So I'm answering that one.
Answer the first part of the question.
Indeed, it was so initial, Honorable Member, but it has evolved now. There are many political parties now that are there. You remember, for instance, I'm sure you'll be lucky enough to see the list of the people that have died as councillors. Almost all organizations are there. There is some, it will be inter, that they are killed by this organization, killed by this organization, but also there'll be intra. But the question you ask, what happened then? There were many meetings and committees that were put between IFP and the ANC then to try to resolve this matter. But it has expanded now, went beyond these two organizations. But one other major things that has come in, the criminality has taken over, as you could find that there are hitmen now that are hired rather than political activists killing one another. So it does need both political intervention, but it also needs a lot of the security apparatus working on the matter. It's both.
Honorable Matthias, may you finish?
Yeah,
the
I'm
the
wrapping
remaining-
up. Well, I'll try
I
to.
pray that you finish uninterrupted.
We hope the ANC and MK doesn't interrupt. Okay, Minister, so you do understand that in this space that we're in, you don't need to have a signature on documents, and you not necessarily have to respond to this, to be involved or give direction or give guidance on the process of tenders. So I don't necessarily think when I read through the protected disclosure, it didn't make reference to that you signed. You were just implicated that you were involved in the process, and also you were also involved in the process of, this is what he said, the tender that was awarded to MTN, and also the tender to get the Airbus helicopters for SAPS, and that was for more than 400 million. So you say no. You were not. Let's leave the signature out, because he's not saying that you signed off on it, but he accused you of being involved in it. So you're saying that you were not at all. You didn't know. You did not give guidance. You didn't call meetings or anything.
Can I answer now?
Yes, please.
But he also says that I wanted to kill her.
Who?
That disclosure.
Okay.
She says that person who
But
was
that's
the-
deflecting now, Minister.
No.
Let's speak to this. Is it true or not?
But I'm saying she also claims then the closer to the president, I want to kill her.
Okay.
And she's not dead.
But it doesn't mean that. Oh, so you're saying that if you say
If
you're going to
if I
kill
wanted
someone,
to
you
kill,
will kill
if I
them.
wanted to kill her, she would be dead.
Oh, right
Yeah.
here in the house.
So she's not dead. So
That's a very
Honorable-
powerful statement.
indeed, because that's what she says there is a part of the lies that are there.
So-
Honorable
so you
member,
just saying
honorable
you
member,
weren't.
is absolutely no such.
Okay. Let's talk about Makhala, because you said you like to get freebies from him because you're on pension. You're on pension now. You don't think that he has any expectations from you at all that he's engaging?
I didn't say I want to get freebies. I didn't say that.
You said you liked
I said I was
freebies.
given freebies.
Oh, you
Yeah.
said you liked it too because you're a pensioner.
No,
Or I
you
misunderstood.
say I said I want to. I didn't say I want. I was given the freebies.
okay.
No, I understand that, and even maybe the term free breeze is overarching, but I don't think that it did hit my mind, and it was never said that there was an expectation from his side.
So you don't think he has? I missed that part. That he had any
It has never been said, and I've never thought so.
Okay. And you didn't consider that he has any expectations?
No.
He's just been nice to you. So when he comes here, because he's definitely coming here to the ad hoc committee, how would you respond if he tells us that he traveled by road to bring cash to you because he couldn't fly with the large amount of cash that he was bringing to you?
I would say never. I never received any cash from him.
Okay. About LL, Louis Lechenberg, you said he's the kingpin of Zamas. How long have you known this?
I've known the name for some time, but I've met him twice. I met him in one of the top curry restaurant in Pretoria, where I was having a dinner with my beautiful wife. At least that's one common thing we have with Julius.
Minister, you can see my chair is going to cut me on time, so you can keep your wife stories
It
and
came
dinner.
to me there, and secondly, when I was receiving the complaints from the farmers in Pretoria, I was surprised really to see him handing over what you call this thing you hand over if you complain. The petition. I was really surprised to see him handing over the petition on behalf of the farmers in Pretoria. That's the only times that face to face I've seen the man.
Okay, so I wasn't asking whether you've met him. I'm saying how long have you known that he's the kingpin? So was it during your term when you were the national commissioner?
It's a long time, and by the way, is one of the projects investigating him that has taken quite some time because he has been investigated by Hawks.
Oh, because that was my next question, is that when you were the national commissioner, why wasn't he arrested and charged if you knew that he was the kingpin
No,
of
I know him
Zamas?
as a minister, not as a national commissioner.
Okay. And then just the last thing is on IDEC. This feels like it's a turf war. It's pretty much similar to what we had when we had, not the Hawks, what was it? Scorpions. Because you said that they do not answer to anybody, that they just do their own thing. But that's not true, because IDEC falls under the Minister of Justice, and they report.
No.
So there is exercise, because the Constitution says that a cabinet member responsible for the administration of justice must exercise final responsibility over the prosecuting authority. So where do you see the gap? Are you saying that...
I see the gap on the police. They have a minister, but they have a watchdog, IPIT. Hawks have a minister, but they have a watchdog, the judge. Senior counsel and they have a minister of justice, but they have bodies that they look at. So I'm talking about the monitoring body, not the executing authority. I'm still asking, when there is a problem about the police, people, they knock at the door of the IPIT. They don't knock at the minister. When they have a problem with the Hawks, they knock at the door of the judge. Where do they knock when they have a problem with IDEC?
Noted. Thank you,
Okay.
former minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sols.
Thank you.
Your time ends at 23 minutes past 11.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, as a retired general, former minister, and for your sacrifice in the struggle, I want to say thank you for your service.
Thanks.
And for your sacrifice.
Thanks.
I have no bias. I will ask you questions based on your submitted evidence and also the testimonies that we've heard thus far. General, when I questioned Minister Mkunu, I used Socratic irony to test the truth in his testimony, whether he actually applied his mind before he made the decision to disband the PKTT. After putting the facts of his evidence to him that shows all the reasons that could possibly support the conclusion in his letter that the PKTT no longer added value to the police service in South Africa as a whole. He defended the PKTT on every single fact I put to him. This now showed that based on his testimony, it is not the work study or the budgetary issues that actually caused him to conclude that the PKTT must be disbanded immediately. So the question is, what truly motivated him? What's left is the allegation of General Mkwanazi that the reason is because the minister is protecting drug cartels. Well, thus far, there has not been substantial evidence provided to prove that allegation, especially since the main witness, General Mkwanazi, testified that he can't say that the decision is unlawful. He can't say that for a fact. He also testified that he can't say that Minister Mkunu and General Sibiya is actually corrupt. Therefore, we must still probe more witnesses to try and get to whether or not his allegations are true. But General, on the day, I was convinced that there is a third possibility. For now, I can only call that possibility the minister's conviction. There's something deeper that he's not telling us. There's something that he knows. I don't know yet what exactly it is. The best I could do was to tell him to stand by his conviction, even if it goes against public opinion or risks his position. I told him to put South Africans first. But today, hopefully, your testimony will assist me to get one step closer to the truth. General, you were the Minister of Police when Nathaniel Julius, a Down syndrome little boy, was brutally shot and killed by police. After 4 years, there's still no justice for Lokis. General, is the reason for this because there's corruption in the police and the judiciary?
Chairperson, good morning, Honorable Member. Chairperson, I was asked if Mkwanazi is the first one who made the allegations against the system, not just the police. And I said he was not the first one. Actually, the first that I know was a judge, Judge Tulare, and I read the judgment of how high does it this one goes when he says even the decorum of the courts and the judicial officers cannot be saved on the 28 and mobster gangs, I'm sure, and others and all that. So it does look like, okay, and the latest discussion, I'm sure you have seen it, of the judge and the bribe of the Mulife bail. So these things are there, people talk about them. Maybe somebody needs just to come with it and say, here it is. So I would not sit here and and deny that corruption on the chain does not exist. But I would not come to you and say, here it is, as a system. But I would come and say there are individuals. For instance, there are police officers that are in prison. There are prosecutors that are in prison. So there are individuals, but is it the system itself, or the individuals that are running? So that's what we need. That's what we need to make. But specifically, the young man that was shot and the police claimed that it was an accident. I guess I need to be helped. The matter is in court. I need to be helped on that one.
Yes, General, the initial judge fell ill, and then the whole case had to fell ill and passed away, and then the whole case had to be started over. And the last time it was heard of about the matter was late 2024. And so now it is still continuing, but there's not real solid feedback on the matter. But it is still in court, but there's no real feedback as to how far it is.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't know, except that the community of elders did raise the issue about the police in that particular area, the station commander, and that community has been at that station many a times knocking and saying, take this police away, take the commissioner away of the fundamental thing here, no matter what about you, once the community loses trust on you, you become almost useless. And whether you are corrupt or not, but when the community says you can't be part of us, and that's a problem. But the police themselves will argue to say, look, we have done our work, and it is on the second segment of the system, which are the courts now. That's why I did, and I want to do again, to say this kind of probe must help us to look at the chain, honorable member, rather than looking. And up to this point, I'm still worried that the concentration is on the first segment, which is the police, and other people are having it nice to do whatever they want to do when they're not looked at. But I don't think we're there where the communities of South Africa are really singing hallelujah about the system as a whole. Much work will have to be done. How much and how long, I don't have an answer.
General, you were also the National Minister of Police when Jocelyn Smith got missing. Is Jocelyn Smith still alive?
The last question
is Jocelyn Smith still alive?
This is a story of the little beautiful girl. The story comes, and one goes to that place. Is it somewhere in West Coast? What is that place?
Saldanha.
One goes there to cry with the parents and find out what is it. And then national commissioner, provincial commissioner, we go to see the protected parent, because the community has an issue with the parent, with mother from the very word go. From the very word go. You know, most of the time these communities can lie. Yes, they do sometimes do wrong things as a mob. We go to see this. We go to see this mother, who is in the protection of the police. The first thing she asks is if the boyfriend is safe. Okay. You know, you've lost a child, but the first question you ask is that one. The second request you make is that if the boyfriend can come and join you so that you can be safe. Not absolutely nothing about the child. Nothing. And then when you ask, this boyfriend is not the father of the child. And then you say, there is something wrong. I said, National Commissioner, what kind of a mother that will lose a 6-year-old and ask about the boyfriend first? I said, in a very light way, we'll have to find the story. What is it here? When we went to see the father, after that we went to see the father now. And the father said, my story is that the mother knows what happens. This is the father now saying so. We went to see the grandmother, and the grandmother said knows. And then I think that was the angle from the police that followed. But I must also commend the community of that area. I've never seen such a formidable, united community around the matter. That community pushed everybody for something to happen. Then this theory of investigation, it was say the child has been kidnapped. It was about Inyanga. I'm sure you know what Inyanga is. It was about Inyanga, Muti, and all that kind of thing. So the theory of Muti, then the child should not be living once it's for that. A person was found to say so Inyanga, selling, and all that kind of thing. I don't know where police find the information. But there was a special team, honorable member, that was sent in Heathrow to search a boat, to search a ship. I think it took about 2 days searching that ship because somebody said she was put in that particular ship, but that ship was found in London or in Europe, whatever port where it was, and the child was not found. When one went there, community raised the issue again that police were a little bit like lackadaisic approach in dealing with the matter. I said, when this community is so much active and so much involved, police can take a reverse gear on it, go to it. And indeed, there were many police searching and all. It's where we were together with your leader, working on the matter and all that. One thing that I can say, that is one matter that was worked by everybody, politicians, community, law enforcement, abefundisi, everybody really worked on it. But the question you are asking, after all this, and the mother found guilty, I don't know if Jocelyn is still alive. I wish she would. But even if she is alive where she is, I don't think her life will be a comfortable life. Because nobody could have taken her out of the parents to give her a better life than the parents, no matter what is the social status and standard of the parents. I don't want to say I don't have a hope, but I don't have information. After the judgment and the sentencing, police said they are continuing to search. I think that should continue until we find the final understanding what happened to Jocelyn.
Thank you, General. I think I agree with you. We should continue to search and do our best. We still have hope. General, you testified that you gladly accepted to stay for free at Mr. Matlala's apartment. Please share with us, what was your experience like there?
The experience of staying there, well, it was like staying in other hotel room. No special experience. It was just a hotel room as you would stay, because it forms the part of hotel there. So if it's not there, it's hired out as a room of the hotel. So it's just like sleeping in the hotel, like where I slept last night in the hotel.
So, General, that experience you had it for free.
What?
That experience that's just like a normal hotel, you had it for free, no cent from you.
Yes, I did not pay.
Now, General, I put it to you that you did not have that experience for free. I
did-
put it to you that you did not have that experience for free. Someone paid for it.
Well, not that one I know.
I'll tell you who paid for it, General.
Okay.
Her name is Babita Diakoran.
Okay.
She paid for your free stay with her life.
Okay.
In your testimony, you say you know Mr. Matlala very well. When the evidence leader asked you, do you know Mr. Matlala? Your first response was, very well, twice. What do you mean by that?
Well, I would have known him almost 3 months, and I would have spoken to him. That would be the kind of knowing the man that you have seen, you have spoken to.
But does that qualify as very well?
Well, it could not qualify very well. Maybe in the reflection, very well would have been an overarching kind of a term.
So you withdraw very well.
Very well would not stay. If I need to withdraw very well, definitely I'll take very well out.
Okay, General. You testified that you never, not once, sent text messages on WhatsApp to anyone. Is that true?
I stand by that.
Stand by that. Are you 100% sure, Honorable Minister?
I stand by that.
You testified that you only called Mr. Matlala 10 times. Is that true, or is it less or more than 10 times?
That was on a day. That was on one day, but I don't know how many overall.
Okay.
But definitely, as Honorable Member Julius, Honorable Member Malema said yesterday, 250, I would say not 250.
Not 250. You are 100% sure it is not between 200 and 250?
It definitely would not make that number.
What number would it make?
I don't know the number.
Honorable
I know the day's number.
May we please take Honorable Malim?
Minister, did you call Kat Matlala when he was in prison?
Absolutely no.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. General, have you ever asked Mr. Matlala via text to buy you a vehicle, an SUV perhaps, or maybe an armored vehicle?
Are you asking if I ever text him that?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Member, anybody who tells you that I've texted him or her is not speaking the truth. I stand by that.
You are 100% sure, Minister.
120% sure.
General, who introduced you to Mr. Matlala?
It's Mabonga. Bongani.
Sorry, Minister.
It's Bongani.
And how do you know Bongani?
I know Bongani because he's a son of Spotla, who was a taxi operator at Nongoma.
Was it the first time you met him?
Matala or Bongani?
Bongani.
No, not Bongani, but it was not the first time I've met him.
So let's use the words you withdraw just to try and gauge how you knew him. Do you know Mabonga very well?
Bongani, I was not meeting him for the first time. I know his father very well rather than I know Bongani as a son, but I know him as a son of Sputla.
Do you know the level of knowing him? Do you know that he is or was a notorious shooter? He shot people. Did you know that?
I know that he was once arrested for violent conduct, and I knew that he had a security company.
But did you know
But
that?
I didn't know that was notorious of shooting people.
Do you know about the incident at Tempo nightclub in Sandton, where he just shot in the club? Did you know
No.
about that?
The incident of shooting I know is when he was shot in a restaurant in Sandton. I don't know the incident where he was where himself shot, but I later did hear that was a shooting in a club, but I heard that after he has been killed himself.
He has been cleared.
He has been killed, yes.
There was video footage of him doing so, and he did so in January 2024, and you were still the Minister of Police at the time, Minister. And so because it went viral, it was everywhere, I'm sure that somehow you would have been informed about that, because it happened whilst you were the Minister of Police.
Well, absolutely. I have not seen that video, and I know the incidents after himself has been killed.
So knowing all of this...
Honorable Sals,
Yes, sir.
may we please take Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt Honourable Sauls, but I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding between Mr. Cele and Mr. Sauls. Mr. Sauls is hearing cleared, and Mr. Cele is saying killed. So there's a problem, I think, just to clear that out.
Did you understand the point, Honorable Sals?
Yes, I did, but I think the Minister should clarify if that's the case. Indeed, I did hear he was cleared, because I'm talking about the first instance and not the second instance where he was killed. So is Minister saying killed or cleared?
But
it's you who said he was cleared. Is it you?
No, sir.
I say I know the.
Okay, let's start here. The person in question, is the person still alive?
As we speak, the person is sadly no longer alive. The incident I'm referring to, the person was alive during the incident and after the incident. And that incident happened during the time that Minister was the Minister said on that incident he was cleared, or whether he said killed.
Okay, who cleared the person, Minister?
The
Sorry,
person you talk about. The person you talk about here is Mabonga, is not Matala.
Yes.
Yeah. So it talks about the shooting in the club. I said I did not know about this incident. The incident I know is where there was a shooting and he was killed in a restaurant, Mabonga.
He was killed.
He was killed.
Or not?
He was shot and killed.
Not cleared.
No, killed.
Yes. So then my question was the one where there was video footage that went viral about a shooting in January 2024 when you were still the Minister of Police. And usually when things goes viral like that, he was dating a celebrity, so he was very well known. So there must be a way that you would have known about it. But your response, Minister, was that you despite all those factors, you still didn't know about it.
Absolutely, I didn't know about that incident.
Okay, but you do know that he was arrested and you knew this before you met him?
That he was arrested.
Yes, for
I knew that when I knew him. Remember, I have known him for some time because he come from KZN. I did not only know him when he was in Joburg. Yeah.
So you didn't see anything problematic with having a meeting with someone who is shooting, who's known to be shooting? And then, of course, you mentioned that you didn't know who's he bringing with you. But when you then see who he's bringing with and establish who that person is, you still felt comfortable to remain with them?
Which shooting did I know? The club shooting?
The one for arresting that you knew about?
Well, I didn't know that that shooting you talk about went viral and dating the celebrities. I don't know celebrities. I'm not a celebrity myself, so I don't know. But I know that he was arrested for violent act. You say that was a shooting that he was arrested for. I know he was arrested, but I did not know that that was for shooting. And I say I knew him long before he came to Johannesburg. And indeed, is a person that, knowing the father, I would still speak to him.
I will accept that, Minister. In your ministerial budget, your budget speech on the 11th of July, 2019, you said 119.8 million was spent on deployments for Operation Thunder in the Western Cape and 18.5 million in addition for vehicles to Western Cape anti-gang unit. Yet gang-related deaths are increasing, and you quoted Justice Daniel Tulare, who states that the evidence shows that the 28 gang has captured SEPs on the highest levels and public prosecutors. So what reason would there be for putting so much money in something like that when there's totally no change?
Okay. Well, the chair is not here. I want just to take a step back on Mabonga before I come to this one.
Yes, sir.
You say I still spoke to Mabonga when I know that he was in prison.
No, I didn't say in prison, Minister.
What did you say?
Knowing what he's doing, and then afterwards meeting Mr. Matlala and getting to know what Mr. Matlala does, and you still continued a relationship with them.
But I said, I know Mabonga that was arrested. That's what I said. And then you say, on top of that, I still met him.
Correct, but I didn't say...
Because I want to come to you to say, but many of us here, we have spoken to people that have been in prison.
Absolutely, but when
that includes you.
Indeed.
Yes.
I do speak
then it can't be a crime to speak to somebody that has been in prison.
I never said it's a crime, Minister. Okay. But what I am angling the question to is that your stature in society, who you are, what positions you held, you meet the persons on the first time. Then you find out and know what the questionable issues are. Me, who meets people who went to prison, come to prison, if it is questionable, I'm not going to continue a relationship with them to the point of taking favors from them and so on. So it is from that angle that I come.
No, thanks. The point I wanted to make, and I've made it, is that it's not only me that meets person that has been in prison. That's the point I wanted to make. And you and me were concur on that point. So let's come to the question.
No, Minister, we can't move from that point. We must be very clear that the issue is not meeting with people who's in prison. It is meeting with people who is actively involved in crime.
Well, that's a new statement.
But that's the point we were making. Like you said in your testimony before, context and content. I was not dealing with verbatim.
No,
But I'm saying the content and the context that you and I are talking about is not just meeting someone who has gone to prison. It's about the activity of the people, and you know about it and continue the relationship.
the statement I made here is that I know he was in prison. And the question is that you still meet that person. I say, many of us here, we have met people that have been in prison.
Okay, you still continue to have a relationship with the said persons.
Well, it's no more now.
Matlala is still.
Matala was not in prison. I don't know Matala in prison. You are talking about Mabonga. Why do you mix them?
No, as you continue, you say you then get to discover more about Mr. Matlala. And if Mabonga was still alive, you would still have had the relationship with him.
Who are we talking about?
Both.
Oh,
And we have been speaking about both.
No. We have spoken about Matala.
My first-
So of late, we have been speaking about Mabonga. All the explanation of him killed, shooting and all, it has been Mabonga. So if he's still, your last question, if he's still alive, I would be still speaking to him. I don't know.
Can you remember me asking you, how did you meet Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
So we were speaking about Mr. Matlala right from the start, and then the connection, which is Mr. Mabonga.
No. It was separated. We did finish about Mr. Matlala and then we came to Mabonga.
But we spoke about both.
Well, so you say. That's fine.
Minister,
Can I go back to the question you asked of the...
please.
The question says why I would put that money to these operations.
When there's
The
clearly,
question-
when there's clearly no change in terms of gangsterism, and you quoted a judge saying what's currently happening, that gangs has infiltrated the judiciary and SEPs. So that means over 100 million invested has not changed the situation in the Western Cape. Why would you continuously justify putting so much money in that particular program?
I guess that money is even far more now, Honorable Member. I don't know if that question says, and it means, don't put money at all there and let them kill one another. Because the question said, why do you continue to put the money? Honorable Member, there is no way that we can continue to put the money and have an effort to stop that thing. I just imagine when the minister or the national commissioner goes to the community and said, look, I've put 100 million here. You continue to kill one another. I'm putting no million, kill yourself. It can't happen. We keep putting the efforts on the matter and finding the ways they can work, including putting the resources in that particular thing. And I don't think the day will come when we say because there is crime, people kill one another, we stop having an effort of stopping that.
I am definitely not suggesting not putting money in to stop people from dying. I am saying when you assess that where you've put so much money is not assisting, the situation is just getting worse, consider taking that same money and putting it into something that will actually stop the killings across the country. Let me make an example. If you would take over 130 million, Minister, you testified that to train, fully train one member in the special task force will cost an estimated 1.1 million. Now, if you take that 130 million and put it into training, specialized training, you could train 115 members will come out in a year, specialized training. If you do the same with the budget asked for the PKTT, invest it in that, we end up with 250 specially trained members in SEPs nationally. Now, if you sent 250 specially trained to deal with these gangs, would you not think that there's perhaps a possibility that we can deal with it? That's the angle I'm coming from.
I love your bravo theory on this matter, but it can't work. It can't work. You must remember that not once we have sent soldiers in Western Cape Flats. Soldiers, not police. They were requested, we sent them for some time. Come the COVID, we sent them. They did not stop the killings. And honorable member, I don't know if somebody has given you what is a special task force member. That, I call them human machines. They are never issued with rubber bullets. They are never issued with rubber bullets because it's not their job to deal with the public at that level. They don't just go there to deal with the complaining people, including the kids on the streets and all that. It has been done in the Western Cape. You know, one thing that we'll have to do in the Western Cape, again, is this book. She knows very well next to you. If you come to Western Cape, honorable member, we've got two wells. Two wells. All my life as a national commissioner and the minister, I've never picked up a dead body in Constantia. I never pick up the dead body in what is that? Bay? Camps Bay.
Minister, respectfully, just very quickly, I have about 15 minutes left, Nacha. I just want to check. Sorry, Minister. Okay. So, Minister, because I have 20 minutes, respectfully, if we can keep the responses concise, okay, I'll appreciate that.
But I would love to simply say...
No, by all means, I'm just saying let both of us work together.
Simply say, this book also speaks about the environmental design. I'm sure you have been in the Cape Flats. I'm sure you have been in Khayelitsha. That place does not accommodate a respect of a human being. When to be in Western Cape, some areas when you go to Delft, when you go to the place called COVID-19, I'm sure you have been at the place called COVID-19. So those things will have to be fixed so that people, they live as people and they feel as people. It's the only city where the toilets were made the handbags. Here. They were given potty the handbags that you carry the toilet as you go and release yourself. So the kind of the life of blacks and coloreds in Western Cape is completely different from you and me, we experience when you go to Constantia as we go to Camps Bay. And that's why maybe don't pick up the dead bodies there, because their life is a life of human being rather than going to Hanover Park or Delft.
Minister, yesterday you testified and you said when you were talking about losing 56 members to the taxi industry, you said I spoke to Ntlantla earlier. Did you mean you spoke to General Mkhwanazi earlier yesterday, or did you mean earlier some other day?
Earlier leading to the understanding of losing of the members of Special Task Force.
So it was a previous day.
3 years.
No, previous. When was it?
Did you say 3 years?
Previous.
Yes, previous. I think this thing of talking about bringing them back home is a thing within a year back.
In a year back. Okay. You testified that you are scared, that thing scared you when you saw 23 special operatives that Matlala has hired, and you saw 56, or you heard about 56 that we've lost to. You said that thing scared you. Now, if a former national minister, a national commissioner, and minister of police is scared, we need to know why, because that must be very important. So just concisely, why did it scare you, Minister?
I'm scared that the private security company capabilities are about to be equated or be more than the state capabilities when it comes to these forces. So that's what scares me, and it should not be allowed to continue to happen.
So these forces, these members that comes from this force, who's the commander of that special task
Those
force?
that are outside.
Those that are inside, those that are outside where they come from.
They come from the Special Task Force.
Who's the commander?
I think the commander of the Special Task Force now will be Major General Zulu.
Who was before?
It was Major General Khumalo. Before it was Mkhwanazi.
So these members comes from a unit that was commanded by first General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, and now General
Zulu.
Sorry, Minister? Zulu. Yesterday, in your testimony, you said Commander or JZ Msholozi is my commander. Why did you say that?
Because he commanded me.
So you still consider him now as your commander?
He's not commanding me now.
So why
He
did
used to be.
why did you say that in the present tense? He's still my commander.
He's not. He used to be my commander.
I'm just
Well, I'm not an English speaker, maybe I made the English problem, but he used to command me, but he doesn't command me now.
okay. Is that a military stance? And that's not what I heard yesterday, so I wanted to know, would other members, these members who goes to the taxi, would they still consider these three commanders as their commanders, even though they're not part of the SEPS unit anymore?
Well, you can't consider a person who does not command you to be your commander. You're only my commander when you command me, and then you are my previous commander.
All right, so you say that you would support, or you support the inquest into Mr. Muzitembe's daughter's death. Why do you do so, Minister?
No, I didn't say I support the inquest.
What did you say, Minister?
I said the information I had is that the police had a solid case, but the only thing, the prosecution refused to enroll the case. And I said, I even went to the president and I said to the president, President, your Minister of Police might do something funny to go and support the private prosecution, because the prosecutor refuses, but also refuses to give certificates so that private prosecution had happened. And I said, that case now is having the inquest. That is my information. And the person that is doing the inquest is asking the question, why was this not enrolled? Because it's an obvious case. So, but I did not say, what I said I would support was a private prosecution.
For the inquest, or that involves or would result into an inquest.
There is no private inquest.
The private prosecution, that will be the result.
Honorable member, private prosecution comes this way. If South African prosecutors say they can't prosecute, they don't see the case, they must issue the certificate for you and me to go and get the private prosecution. And then there is amount of money that we must pay for private prosecution. That's the money that was paid by Lulu for Umsholo's, that 500,000. So you pay that money. After paying that money, then there is a private prosecution continues. But if you don't have certificate, you can't go for private prosecution. I'm saying, I said, President, I would support private prosecution. The only thing that is not happening is to get a certificate from the prosecutor that could not enroll. So in exchange must give the certificate, of which also was refusing. So we're just stuck in the middle.
I understand that, Minister, but I was referring to the end goal. That's one step towards that goal. But let's move on. Who arrested the hitman on AKA?
Who arrested?
The hitman.
It's a team that was put together.
Which team? Is it the PKTT?
No.
No?
No.
Yet he was killed in a 5-kilometer radius away from the head office. And they were arrested close to 1 year later.
The head office does not arrest. Even if he was killed in the head office, would not have been arrested by head office. But the team was put together, and then the team did the good job.
Yet there was a team there, specialized team, in a 5-kilometer radius that can go all the way to a different province. They could not deal with that there, right there and then.
Where was it? Which team was that?
The PKTT is there.
Where does it sit?
They are there.
Where?
In KZN. So what I'm saying,
Headquarters?
Where Umkwanazi's office is.
No. Get your facts straight.
What is the facts, Minister?
The facts, they've got their headquarters in Pinetown.
Is it in KZN?
Yes, but in Pinetown, not headquarters of the police.
But is it in
headquarters of the police is
KZN?
in the CPT.
Is it in KZN?
KZN is not a capital.
The point I'm making, and this is the fact, that it happened in the province where the PKTT is supposed to zoom into. A hit happens. A different team nationally needs to be put together to go and deal with that murder, a high-profile murder that is just kilometers away from where they are based. But in other matters, they are ready to go to a different province. That's the point I'm making.
Your imaginary fact, that's not a fact. You say it's a fact, it's an imaginary fact.
Okay, help me, Minister. Let's test if I'm
It's an
imagining.
imaginary fact. You started by saying there were 5 kilometers in the head office. You should have asked the question where they're based. They are not based 5 kilometers. They are not in the head office. Where Vermas, where the head office of the
Are
South
they
African
based in
police.
KZN?
KZN is not a headquarters, it's a province.
Yes, I know. And that's where the PKT focuses. I'm asked, where did the murder happen? In KZN.
Chairperson, can I get healthy questions?
Honorable Sols, let me take Honorable Nomval.
Yeah, no, my apologies, Honorable Source, for interrupting. Honorable Minister, no, for my understanding and for my records as well, what was the competency of the PKTT in this sense? Was it only designed to deal with political killings which are only related to political killings? I know that at some point they were requested to go and intervene in Forterre, but what was the actual competency? Were they only dealing with political killings or with any other murder which occurred in the province? That is my follow-up question. Thank you.
Was designed, Honorable Chair, to deal with political killings. But in their work, Honorable Member, pursuing the political killing, they will be led, let me put it this way, they find that I've shot and killed the councillor, but I've killed a taxi person the other day. They would not let me go to say, now we're stopping to arrest you because you have also killed. But their focus of work and their mandate was to deal with the political killing. And then other kind of killings would have the work of the South African police. Sometimes other kind of killings, they would be specialized, like the AK one was specialized. There was a special team that was put for that.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm okay, Chair. You can move on.
That is my understanding. Is it correct, General, that the acronym PKTT stands for Political Killing Task Team?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, if the question that you just asked is to insinuate that the matter we're talking about doesn't fall under political killings, then we then need to ask of the other matters. But the point here is the General says, Pinetown, I'm dealing with KZN. But fact is, even Pinetown is in a 30-kilometer radius from where the murder happened. And the point I'm trying to make is that they're so close. It's a murder, high profile, deal with it and arrest people. But they can leave to a different province to do the same thing. But we can move away from that, General. I have, I think, about 5 minutes left, so let me jump a few questions. The members of the Special Task Force, you mentioned that taxi bosses would have employed them. Are you able to tell us which taxi bosses?
No, I don't know which taxi bosses. I know that it's taxi industry that employs them.
In a sworn affidavit, a statement by investigating officer Kumarasan Pillay, the state prosecutor Elvis Kweka, told Durban Magistrate Court that Bright Circle, a company owned by, I hope I say this correctly, Khaba, allegedly paid 800,000 to the bank account of Mziwetemba Harvey Mgobani, one of the suspects, on the day after AKA and Motowane was murdered. Do you know about this?
Yes, I've heard that.
So there's a connection between this big taxi owner and the murder of AKA.
Did they say the taxi industry or a particular name?
I also didn't say taxi industry.
What did you say? Repeat that.
Mr. Mr.
Msizenbo. They must help you.
Chair must pause for the rehearsal. Kaba. Is it Kaba or Kaba?
No. You know, when we welcomed you here yesterday, you remember I gave an apology on behalf of my members that if you come across one addressing you as Cele, you must just accept because it may take us time if we try to click the tongues. The pronunciation you have made, Honorable Souls, is the best you can try. Let's proceed.
So the person that then finally, the team that was put together, and you were there, Honorable Minister, who was the the commissioner or the deputy commissioner in charge of putting that team together to make that arrest?
The team was made by provincial commissioner.
It was not a national team, you said national.
As young soil. Young soil. The team that arrested AKA was a provincial team put by the provincial commissioner.
Okay. The Special Task Force of 59, the Special Forces of 23, I'm told in military terms, and you can help me there, Minister, is like a platoon. We've already heard by your testimony that these private security, they have helicopters, they've got armored cars, they've got bulletproof, they got weapons. I'm going to ask you a very honest question, Minister. If for some reason this group of people has to go in a fight with our SEPs today, who will win?
State will win.
The state will win. You said yesterday you were so scared because if you think about 59 against 20 from SEPs, it will never work. Why were you fearful?
They are not special task force in the police now. They are not 20.
You said if you had to send them,
Yeah.
would they win? Because I think the point you wanted to make was that you fear
No,
that they are getting stronger than the SEPs team. That's the point you wanted to drive home the whole time yesterday, that you are worried.
and I added that it needs to be stopped.
You are worried.
And I added that it needs to be stopped. I'm worried and it needs to be stopped. Hence, I said I made the efforts with the National Commissioner to take them back home, which is the process that is happening.
Minister, thank you very much for your time. I want to say that every single one of you, whom we respect greatly, must take responsibility that the state of affairs in SEPS today, all of you have contributed to it. And it's all of your responsibility to fix it for South Africa. Criminals have spotted this weakness amongst you. That weakness is division, to the point where they put and place yourselves against each other. They saw that weakness. They become informants to each of you about each other. You're no longer there. But I think as a senior, as a veteran, push harder to break this division, because criminals are taking advantage of that, and it's making our security vulnerable. And communities are suffering, our children are getting missing, our communities are turning into war zones. We need to fix this. We can't police corruption, General. But I want to say that what's going to happen, there's a spiritual shift. The light in this country is getting stronger, and whatever happened in the dark is going to be exposed automatically. My message to every whistleblower, everyone that's standing up against corruption, don't seek to police it. Just make your light stronger. Don't seek to kill Judas. Judas will hang himself. Thank you, Chair.
I nearly
Thank
said,
you
I nearly
so
said
much,
amen. I nearly said amen.
Hallelujah. Hotsebelele. Honorable members, we're taking a comfort break. We are coming back at 11:30. The next speaker is Honorable Sangoy. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. We wanted to check why is Julius going to hang himself?
Who does? Judas Iscariot.
Hello.
Who's next now? Who's asking questions? Shut in.
Honorable members, please, may I be respected? I'm on the floor. Falani phela. Hlengiwe, can you close the door, please? Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, General Cele.
Morning, Honorable Member.
You know, General, I think if we were being fair to yourself and ourselves and everybody who has been following these proceedings, we should actually say that there are no further questions. I do think personally that your testimony has been frank, very accountable. You took accountability for a lot of things. Obviously, there will be some amongst us, and I think South Africans who are watching, who will think that you should have made different decisions, value judgments, perhaps even raise some ethical dilemmas. But I do want to thank you and commend you for the frankness with which you have conducted yourselves in these proceedings. Maybe just a few things from me, General, and I really won't be long. I don't want to leave with an incorrect misperception, especially around the infiltration of criminal syndicates within the SAPS. Before I go to the judgment of Judge Tulare, in paragraph 30 to 32 of your witness statement, you spoke about the appointment of Ms. Rea Piecha as the National Commissioner. Is it your testimony that you believe that that is when the infiltration started, or is it something that had been there all along?
Thank you very much. On the comment you made at your opening statement, I do want to make it forward that trying to do the best I can, it doesn't mean that I don't have faults. And I would not sit here and act as a perfect human being. I'm not. That is in relation to your opening statement. I have to first understand if things that Piecha did were deliberate. There is one fact that I would accept wholeheartedly. She did not understand the environment that she was in. It's a tough, difficult, energy-sapping environment, very manipulative and so unscrupulous environment to be in. So her having not any form of resemblance of the experience would be two things: make serious mistake or seriously manipulated for the outcomes that are known by those that are handling her. And I believe it was both.
Thank you very much, General. So then all of this happens, you're removed as the National Commissioner, you now come back as the Police Minister. You're obviously aware of some of the weaknesses in the system, whether deliberate or emergent. Do you think that during your tenure as Police Minister, you would have done enough to deal with the challenge of infiltration in particular?
Yes, it's always good to think from the positive side that I could have done better. In the reflection, you say yourself, I could have done this or that. Indeed, the answer would be yes, much better could have been done.
Sorry, General, I don't know if this question has been asked. It's in two parts. Firstly, criminal intelligence. We've obviously focused a lot on it in this ad hoc committee and the instability within criminal intelligence. Now, as you were delivering your testimony, you attested to the fact that the senior echelons of leadership were not fighting during your tenure. I do want to ask General a pointed question, and I know it's your opinion. But what do you think is causing this current instability within criminal intelligence? Like, ngesiZulu kuthiwa kubangwa ini, you know, because we're sitting in this ad hoc committee, running around in circles, trying to pinpoint a reason. Is it because the minister overstepped his authority? Is it the tender? Is it factions? What would be your opinion? Obviously, being familiar with the environment and the participants in the process, what is causing the instability?
Honorable Member, the turmoil is not in the crime intelligence only, it's across the board. Crime intelligence turmoil is long. I don't know what's your age, but it might be of your age. It's very long. Starting with Mdluli.
Sorry, are you saying I'm very old, General?
No.
Oh.
It falls within the new. I talk about the new dispensation. We should be some 29, 30 years. So the crime intelligence, put it aside, its turmoils. It has been always there. Whether it's Mdluli, whether those that were acting, whether it's Jacobs, whether it's who is there now, whether it's Khan, whether it's Kumalo and all that. But this one of across the board, where you see something that you just shrink to look at, when the Deputy National Commissioner takes Commissioner to the court, usually Commissioner would write the statement defending the Deputy National Commissioner. But the National Commissioner here writes the statement, the affidavit, against the Deputy National Commissioner. It's a hell. It's a serious turmoil. How it came about, Honorable Member, I would be presumptuous. But I think somewhere, somehow, center did not hold for this thing to happen. And it's unfortunate that it has... South Africans, at a certain given point, they had a trust and respect of the police. 2010, it was a good thing. 2011 was a good thing to pay South African police. But it has dwindled. At one time, went to 21% and all. I don't know if the survey can be done now, what percentage can be there. But it's there to see to it. That is bad. My answer, without pointing anywhere, center did or does not hold. That's why we're here.
Thank you, General. So, one of the other things that we've been grappling with is the issue of authority and the power of ministers. In your view, General, what is the role of the minister and what power does the minister have beyond directives? We are in a quagmire, for lack of a better word, trying to figure out where this political administrative interface starts and ends. There have been views that says if a minister cannot direct a DG to do something, it becomes absurd, because what then becomes the role of that minister? Is it only just executive oversight? But then, you know, ministers are blamed when things don't get done. So can you tell me, in your own understanding, the role and the power of a minister? Maybe even, is it just directives? And what can the nature of those directives be?
Honorable Member, I hope I'm correct here. Those that are dealing with Constitution will help me. It looks like, if not is one of the departments that are in the Constitution. Police. I don't know if the Department of Health is in the Constitution or Department of Social Welfare is in the Constitution. But the elaborated department in the Constitution is the Police Special 205, Section 205. Therefore, is a very small area of maneuvering of whoever works there, whether a minister or we are a national commissioner, because both of those are prescribed in the Constitution. If you go through the Constitution, that you will be 205, 206, 207, even in the legislation, the big role of policing falls on the shoulders of the national commissioner rather than the minister. The only problem is that people that must go back to the community to give the reports are the ministers rather than the national commissioners. So, developing the policy, no matter what you develop on the policy, do you want to happen, but you can't be unconstitutional, because Constitution is very clear what the police must do. I did say yesterday that I was even very skeptical when Nkandla was debating the matters of devolution of power, which is politics, pure politics. It's got nothing to do with operations, I think. When you look, the Constitution says the job of the police is to uphold and enforce the law. There is nowhere that says and change the law. So it's not their job. So as it stands, honorable member, the National Commissioner plays the bigger role in policing in South Africa, protected by both the Constitution and the legislation. And it's very easy to find yourself encroaching if you're a minister. That is why that I would encourage and advise anybody that comes to both of these other national commissioners, please spend most time discussing and talking. Don't wake up the next morning and tell one another that you do this or I'll do this. Please have a very open working relationship. Don't be friends, but respect one another and be open. Have very serious open lines so that you don't encroach and cross the line unwittingly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. So you said that in your role as police minister and even beyond, now that you are a very proud retiree, there's value in you retaining contact, even with people that are considered criminals, because they do tend to be useful in some way or the other, especially when it comes to sharing information. So how do you protect yourself, General, from being compromised in such situations? You
see, the work of the police, that will include the ministers, one of the biggest weapons is an information. And then you put that information in operation. Then the criminals, they know that, and the criminals, they work to win. Criminality and not having criminality is a very contested terrain. And is an international phenomenon, honorable member. I've just seen now what Americans have done to Venezuela because of the drug cartels. If you go to Mexico, there are wars that are in the Pacific. There are high ocean wars where the drug cartels, they buy submarines to push their drugs from Mexico to America. So it's a very thin line that you can't guarantee that you can't be compromised. The criminals will forever, not the police, not the Minister of Police, whoever is in authority, they will have to find the way. Looks like you need to keep checking yourself and ask other people to check if you have not crossed the line. So for me to say you can't be compromised, that's guaranteed, it would be folly, because you want to win against criminals. Criminals want to win against those law enforcement agencies in whatever form. So it's an area that needs to be cut all the time. That's why you find people from the law enforcement compromise, because it's a very contested terrain.
Okay, in that very contested terrain, General, and based on some of these relationships that you've had, were you ever a handler then, General? Did you handle any people, or it was just you getting information? I'm also looking now for that thin line that you were talking about.
Ever a handler or not? No, I've never been a handler.
Okay, it's fine. I won't push you. General, so you said in paragraph 31 of your testimony that all the people who worked with you, or most of the people who worked with you, were removed when General Pierre took over as National Commissioner. You then proceeded to make examples of Lieutenant General Nkwanazi, General Masemula, and others. So do you consider Lieutenant General and General Masemula as your people?
Well, the statement, your people, I'm not a king.
Man back.
I know you are. I know you are in kingdom. So where the king said, these are my people. So no, these are the people that I knew at the initial stage. I found them there, and I worked very well with them. And they were dispersed as I go, and I've come back, though in the different stage, and I've worked with them. So if I say they are my people, I'll be undermining them, but it's a group of people that we have worked well together.
Is it fair to say you were obviously displeased when they were removed, and when you came back, you would obviously want to at least protect them, if not ensure that the same doesn't happen again?
Not only that, it disrupted the organization. Honorable member, you maybe one time, because the work of the law enforcement agencies, including the police, you see it with outcomes, and our outcomes is a question of how people feel in the crime stats. I'm saying that team did a wonderful job, and you could see when the team was taken off, you could see that the crime took on like what is that thing? Is a Concorde. There was that
Concorde.
aeroplane Concorde, yeah. So it took off like Concorde, and it has never reversed. So the lot of disruption had to be corrected as we come back, and because it took a lot of time disrupting it. It had to take a lot of time correcting it, going forward. So it's not just feeling sorry for the individuals, but it's the whole organization that was messed up. But more than anything, the impact it did to the nation, and the impact it did to the safety of the people, women, children, and all other people. That disruption made a lot of damage to the safety of South Africans.
Thanks, General. And I'm going to come back just before, because I'm very close to ending, Honorable Mates. I'm going to come back to what you did, but I need you to help me understand something here, General. I know you don't have a copy of this, so I'm going to read it for you. This is a signal message that was allegedly sent by Mr. Brown Mokhotsi to the minister, and then he screenshotted it allegedly and sent it to Mr. Matlala. It says, Minister, I am going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sibiya or the minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced Section 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy, having this kind of policing. I've been struggling with this message since we started, and the case, by the way, it's Makhala. I think it's Makhala versus the NDPP that he's referring to, and I think Makhala law was sentenced to life imprisonment, but he had a Section 204 confession that was extracted by force, he claims. When you listen to this, would this have anything to do with that false affidavit of Mr. Matlala, where Rule 9, in terms of the disciplinary hearing rules, speaks to how Khumalo can be charged? Would you draw any relationship parallels between these?
Well, for me, I don't know why. Maybe somebody will explain. I found Khumalo being a target. He might be him and other people, but he's always on the center of being a target. And I find Sibia always a person that is ready to shoot at Khumalo. Sibia would have his allies. Either it would be Mkhotsi, Matlala, and the minister. And Khumalo would have his allies. Either
Masimula,
Mkhwanazi,
and the former
Cele.
minister.
And, so, clearly, how that came about, that, by the way, Khumalo is a new person in the crime intelligence. He's not very old in the crime. But it looks like that's what throws a lot of problem for him. And the suspicion is that he's effective. That's a suspicion, that he's effective. That's why he must be political or through whatever to him, so that you remove him. He had dealt with some dinosaurs there. Honorable Kola Panat will know there are some dinosaurs there in that department. One of them is that guy from Tegwin, your homeboy, Mutli. So he has dealt with those people. Though the courts always don't help much. But coming to this, clearly something had to be done to Khumalo. Who's sending the thing is Brown, is Honorable Brown Mkhotsi, to say Minister and Sibia must deal with Khumalo and Mkhwanazi.
No, they must deal with Khumalo, and then apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing.
What I do not understand, why should they deal with Khumalo when the court has final decision? For me, whatever they did, whether the affidavit correct or wrong, but the decision to send the man to life is the court. So why to deal with the police when the court has taken decision? So even so, for me, maybe it's somebody that does not know how the system works, or somebody that is driven by the hatred and has no logic of it. And the latter statement, I'll believe. Once a person is in court, you need to deal with the court. You can't deal with the police, because the court is an arbitrator between. The court should have found that the police have done wrong. If they don't find that, so the next one to go is the court itself. So it's a court issue. So they must find the judge and find the magistrate, find the prosecutor, and let Khumalo go.
Thank you very much, General. General, then second to last question, I want to ask you about the role of advisors to the Minister of Police in particular in this case. Minister Mkhunu had said that he had gotten his letter, or at least his advisor had looked at the letter, assured of its legality and appropriateness. How are these advisors appointed? How do you think they should be appointed? And then how is there any process to keep advisors in check in the ministries? I mean, to whom do they account beyond the principal? I'm asking this because you remember during the Zondo Commission, Judge Zondo obviously had some very scathing remarks about the role of advisors. What is your view about role of advisors in the police service ministry in particular?
Well, I would not change the approach that ministers must employ their advisors. Part of it, besides the skills, is a trust issue. I don't think I can employ Mpangazita as my advisor. I don't think so, because the advisor must be aligned.
Point of order, Chair. May I please plead for your protection?
Point of order, sustain Pangazita. Let's hear the point of order.
May I please be protected?
That attack was very massive, Chair.
No, Chair,
General, the point of order is sustained. Pangazita has demonstrated his abilities to serve in that responsibility.
So we'll have to be aligned. It will have to go beyond, is one person that you go beyond the working relationship. You reach something called trust. That if you do something wrong because of the advice you have given, the first thing that must come in your mind, you say, he made or she made a mistake. Should not come to the idea to say, you trapped me. So that is a level of trust. So I don't think that the format of employing people with skills but with trust must be changed when it comes to the minister. That also takes the chief of staff, which is the life of you running that particular thing. But the problem, those people sometimes they do take advantage of converting their ministers to parrots. You think the minister is still running the department, yet is an advisor or is a chief of staff. So yourself, you need to keep the balance and now and again remind your advisor, stroke your chief of staff to remember I'm still a minister. I hear you, but I'm still a minister. I think they easily cross the line, especially the advisors sometimes.
In fact, that's where I wanted to go to, because we received testimony about Mr. Nkabinde, who was the chief of staff, actively participating, I think, in management meetings, in meetings with the commissioners. Is this standard practice in the South African Police Service that the advisors, I mean, there was no such accusation against Advocate Pitkoli, but that you would have the chief of staff actively engaging, participating, literally being part of the management of the department?
Management, I'm not sure. They can't participate in the management of the department. But Chief of Staff, honorable member, needs to sift things before they come to the minister. For instance, there are people that she, because my Chief of Staff was a she or he will meet you and say, sorry, ma'am, this thing does not belong to the Minister of Police. Can you go to the Minister of Social Development? So that's a job to do so. But also, people can approach the Chief of Staff and say, can we see the Minister? And it's correct for Chief of Staff to know why are you going to see the Minister. If they see the Minister and begin to say, can you say this and that to the Minister? You could say, Minister, they want to see for this and that. And you say, look, we are not a chief of staff for that. Or you can say, bring them. So those are the things. And slowly but surely. The problem with these things of getting in the wrong side, there is no alarm bell that rings that you have crossed the line. You keep just moving slowly until you are very deep or on it. So if we have people that they don't only think about the best of you as a minister, but themselves trying to find what is there for us because we're in the ministries, we are in trouble.
Thanks, General. Let me make a specific example based on testimony. And really, we're drawing on your knowledge, having been in that office. So when you're discussing an operation like the political killings task team, whether to disband it or not, would it have been usual or unusual for the chief of staff to actively participate and even have an opinion or advance an opinion contrary to that of the generals? Is something like that the norm?
That can't happen. Chief of staff, if he has anything to say, can speak on my ear, but he can't come and tell generals what to do and not to do. The worst that the chief of staff can say that I'll take this to the minister. That's the worst. But to come with his or her opinion with the generals, no, that can't happen. Remember, or she is a political office. That becomes an interference then.
Thank you very much, General. So you came back in 2018 at the tail end of the 5th administration. You ran through, right, the 6th administration. In 2018, there were a number of reforms that government, led by the President and yourself, committed to, especially around strengthening the criminal justice system, strengthening SAPS. Do you think that those reforms are bearing fruit at all, General? If not, what do you need to do? If so, how are they bearing fruit?
Honorable members, one thing that police and the justice system as a whole, they need is money. It's money. They need money to be able to do their work. You know, I've been going to every or many countries in terms of policing. If you go to China, every member of community in China walks to police station. They walk. So that's how police stations are situated. Everybody walks in the police station. Nobody takes public transport to go to police station. In South Africa, sometimes you take 2 taxis. 2 taxis to go to police station. You pay 50 rand going, and you pay 50 rand coming back, and you get it 350 a month. So what people would not do then is to report crime because they have no enabling environment to do it. What do I mean by that? Police station must be accessible to people. There must be police station everywhere so that South Africans are able to walk to police station. That needs money. That's one. 2, again, if you go to China, every corner you will find a police standing. That's what is called visibility. I've heard the so-called experts saying visibility is not the main, is a main anchor of policing. When you drive around and you see a blue light or you see the police, you readjust yourself. All of us here, when you go and you see a blue light, you take a little bit, you took a belt and all that. Visibility has an impact in policing. Now, you can't have visibility when the ratio of the police is 1:400, which I guess that's a ratio. The normal UN ratio should be 1:200. South Africa is doubled, so which means there are not enough police. So we need money to train the police. But one other thing that we need is money to keep and protect the police. The question asked by Honorable Member Souls. We don't have to be contesting the loyalty of our members and the private security or private companies, whatever. We don't, because they are fine, they are satisfied, and all that kind of thing. So, not only that, I don't know how many churches are in South Africa. You know, there are cases that are finished 5, 6, 10 years. And you hear the judge postponing in July and said we'll be here in July next year. And you ask the question, they say there are no judges. So, which means there must be judges, but also there must be courts for that. There must be prosecutors, enough prosecutors and all that, not finding the prosecutor running from A to B and all that. So we'll have to put some money on the things for anything to begin to work. And then we'll have to sit down and say, this money goes to these reforms. And these reforms are 1, 2, 3, and these are outcomes. So it doesn't help much to come with any form of reforms and you don't fund those reforms.
Thank you very much, General. My last question then. There was an allegation that had been made against you by General Mkhwanazi, which he subsequently withdrew. General, what did you think or feel when that allegation was made, and do you accept General Mkhwanazi's apology?
Chairperson, I was told yesterday evening that everybody wants to be Kumalo because they say former Minister Cele, he loves Kumalo and defends him. Honorable member, one police officer I like is Mkhwanazi. Not because he's Mkhwanazi, not because he's beautiful or what, no. Because he knows his work. But Mkhwanazi is a human being like me and you. He's got his faults. I think one problem that has happened about Mkhwanazi is the South African society that have sang him hallelujah. And as a human being, you would love to float in the clouds of popularity. And out of that, you begin to make mistakes. I've said to you, some of the things, Mkhwanazi is a tough nut as a human being because that's how we train. I've sat down with him. Mkhwanazi had said to me, I'm sorry, Minister. I don't think that many people can find that from Mkhwanazi. But that does not make him a holy person. And I believe that the mistakes he made are genuine mistakes. What do you want me to say about him, to do to him, I would not. I believe. I have not seen him. I am planning to see him. But as I'm sitting here, I believe that he made a genuine mistake. And then if you make a mistake, and I believe it's a mistake, yes, you need to be pardoned. But I have not arrived there. But I have arrived in the understanding that he made a genuine mistake. I hope it's not philosophical.
No, it's not. It's not, Minister. It's just that I suppose operating in the environment that you do as police, there's added responsibility, on some of these things which are then made public. But thank you very much, Minister.
Thanks.
I have no further questions, Chairperson, and I'm 20 minutes early. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sangon. Thank you so much. Honorable members, the Chief Whip and Honorable Breitenbach have agreed to swap their positions. So we are going to take Honorable Breitenbach. And Honorable Breitenbach, your time starts now and ends at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning again. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, General.
Afternoon, honorable member.
So, Mr. Cele, you're very good at this. This isn't the first time I've seen you in action. And you're very good at this. You sit there with a lot of confidence. You speak your mind, which is not a bad quality. And you're knowledgeable, so you do very well at this kind of thing. But this morning you were quick to retract the fact that you'd said that you knew Matlala very well. You were quick to say, perhaps not very well. So I'd like to explore with you why you initially said very well, because you're a seasoned campaigner, you're no child, you've been around the block, and you're an experienced human being as well as an experienced in the security cluster. So why would you have said I know him very well when now you say you don't know him so very well?
Well, in reflection, Honorable Member, is that it could not be that a person that you know 3-4 months would know that person very well. There are quite few things that can make you know you very well. Firstly, is time that makes you very well. Secondly, is my extra association with you. For instance, knowing your family, knowing where you live, knowing how you live, taking drinks together and all that, how if you have taken the drink, you behave and all that kind of thing. If it's only I've met you in a form of a semi-work, maybe meeting, maybe in a hotel, maybe in that particular room, then it cannot be very well. So it's on reflection and on, again, tapping on the understanding that human beings do make mistakes. But the real matter is that when you realize that that has happened, is to say, yes, I made a mistake, very well is a mistake.
Fair enough. Human beings do make mistakes. But I find it a little hard to believe that when you met him, as you say, for the first time in December, that prior to that you didn't know about him. Did you know about him without having met him?
I did explain that it would take about 2 weeks that I've known when I read the story about Tembisa and him getting the contract of the police. Before that, I didn't know him.
Nothing at all?
Not zero.
Never heard of him?
Zero.
Okay. So would it surprise you to know that he has quite a record, a criminal record? Well, not necessarily a criminal record, but a history of brushing with the police, and not in the positive sense.
With all the evidence I have read, it's about a number 18 with withdrawals, with acquittals and all that. I've seen, and that's why at one statement that I've made that I wonder how he flew below the radar for me when it comes to that situation.
Yes, well, I'm wondering the same thing. Do you have an explanation?
The crux of the matter that I didn't know about him. But Honorable Member, maybe again without being arrogant, we'll know about many things, but there are many things that we wouldn't know about it. One person that I didn't know about it, but seems to be big in the crime world is Mlife himself. He looks big when you hear who he is. He has been in London with a fraudulent documents, arrested in London. You must be big to be arrested in London for South Africa. But I didn't know anything about him too.
Okay. And having read about Matlala's involvement at the Tembisa Hospital tender, and knowing what we know about the facts surrounding Tembisa Hospital, and you still felt comfortable staying in his flat?
You mean then or after I've had that information?
After you read it?
No, definitely. The ideas and behavior that I had then is different. Is definitely different from my attitude and my behavior towards him now.
Okay, so would you go and stay in one of his properties now?
No.
No. Okay. So he's not your friend, Finish and Klaar?
He has never been a friend.
Okay. Now, you said at the beginning of your evidence that Richard Mdluli was suspended by you. Why did you suspend him?
I can't remember whether it was charged or was being investigated for the case of murder somewhere. Was it West or East Rand?
Kempton Park.
Yeah.
Upper Ramagibe.
There was an issue about him. I think he was charged by then. And then you could not then have a head of crime intelligence charged and still running the crime intelligence. He had to be suspended.
Okay. Miraculously, those charges were withdrawn.
Honorable Member, I really don't know. You know, police have been suffering. Police have been suffering because your world prosecution, you have been doing things and flying below the radar. I think the latest suspension, if in your world, in Gauteng, is a big one.
Yes.
Is a big one.
Oh, yes, certainly.
And
rather late than never.
And it's not new. And it's not new. The information that is suspended about and all the kind of stuff. So you sit here, since I've been in this environment, you sit here that police, you have done the good job. I wonder what happens to the next segment. You see here in Western Cape, police were very frustrated about Tembe matter. They believe that they had a case. They were told more than many times to go dot the I's and cross the T's. They did that more than many times. And they went back and somebody said, you go and do this. So whoever was doing that today, they believe that there was a protection of somebody by the prosecution. So you sit there and the police, they come back and cry. It is underscored that one time I met the Minister of Justice and DPP. I met them. And I said, that's what police are saying. One thing they say they arrest people, special cash house people. And the IO meets these people on the road and say, hello. I say, but you were in prison. He said, no, I'm out of the... I say, what happened? They say, if you look how cash house people get bails, they get bails on the small courts most of the time, if you follow their record. What happens, they go to the main court, it's opposed and all that, you lose, you fail the bail, you are arrested. But prosecutors and the lawyers for these guys, they started together. So what they do, they move it from the main court where they did not get the bail and go to some court in some corner and don't call the IO, and it goes there unopposed and they get the bail. So it's a whole system that is giving us problem. So you say, how did I feel? Sometimes you feel numb because you know it might happen.
Yes, I don't deny that the whole system is broken. Mr. Cele, I agree with you. That there are problems in all the departments, the police, the NPA, justice, correctional services, that we really do need to overhaul them all from the bottom up. And as you say, it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of will. But really the matter was then withdrawn against him by some miracle. It was later sent for an inquest.
And send you home?
I forget where it was. And we all know that an inquest is a very watered-down version of a matter. And then when it came back with a recommendation that it be prosecuted, somehow again, miraculously, the murder charge disappeared. And he was convicted of, eventually, I think, kidnapping and assault. Now, you and I both know that if you can prove assault, you can prove murder. If you assault someone and he dies, you can prove murder.
Yes?
But he got convicted of assault. And Opera Mokhibe is dead today with no justice.
And the real story we know was murder.
Yeah. But let's leave that there. Do you think that it's a mere coincidence that more than 12, probably around 18 cases have been withdrawn against Mr. Matlala over the years?
Knowing him now, absolutely, I don't believe that is incident is coincidence.
So there's something rotten with the system.
Knowing who Matlala himself is, and the power of money that he commands.
Well, the power of money that he commands impressed you because you went to stay in his fancy flat for free.
No, I was impressed by the accommodation. I didn't know at the time that he has so much money.
Well, that kind of accommodation, you and I both know, doesn't come cheap.
I agree.
Do you regret having this relationship with Mr. Matlala, or this acquaintanceship, or whatever you want to call it?
I think somebody heard me yesterday, though I said that, why did I meet him? I'm sure life would have been much easier if I did not meet him. So you sit here, you reflect, and you say it could have been better having not met him.
Hindsight is the perfect sight, we know this. You're still peripherally involved with the police, as you should be. As you said, it would be irresponsible to not be. Lieutenant General Sabia has said that these allegations of General Makwenazi is a manifestation of a factional battle for power in the police. Do you agree?
I don't agree with your first statement that I'm still involved. I try to run hard and far away as I can.
Yes, but you can't.
I try to run very far. Honorable Member, I did say, and I want to repeat, that is a taxing and sapping environment to work with the police there. So if you get any opportunity of being away from there, take it and run. But you kept brought back all the time. The police, I guess, like all other families, have people that have egos, and they've got egos, and they've got their thinking, but also ambitions. Ambitions, because I would not dismiss that the two positions might have some kind of a price, and what they've put us here, the incoming national commissioner and the incoming head of Hawks. I would not. And there is a name that keeps coming that I think Sbia did agree that he would love to be a head of Hawks.
He did, yes.
I think he agreed on that. Yeah. So, but Sbia would think that somebody else might be a competitor to it. And I have heard that they would suspect that Nhlanhla must be there. Maybe that's why himself had made a statement that he doesn't want to be. So once you have those ambitions, there will be a clash of yourself working towards that. Honorable Member Method's was to ask the question that she didn't ask. What is the role of the commissar? One of the role of the commissar, the leader, is to keep peace within the organization. So if yourself, you are not sure whether you can keep peace, the soldiers and those that you are supposed to take care of them, they will go astray. astray as it has happened with the police. But anybody that denies that there are battling wars, quite bitter going on the police, would not be living with us. But the only problem, those battles are on.
And I thought that we were all of the same mind that let's rather have that matter also subjected to the Parliamentary Legal Division so that we get a legal opinion coming from Parliament as opposed to a political party. Now, I'm not aware whether we've received that, and my concern will be we should not take a decision and not follow up on its implementation. If I have missed that legal advice of Parliament on the matter, I would be quite comfortable that we proceed. But if it has not been provided, I think that it would be inappropriate for us to take decisions and proceed without having finalized those decisions to the extent that they should. So that's the clarity I need from you, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Skosana.
Ngiyakuthokoza mgcini isihlalo. Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakhulunywa njalo ukuthi indaba le iza kuhlathululwa kuhle yaka honorable. Ngingazike ukuthi mhlambe ke sekutshentshile ngoba kwakhulunywa njalo khona Chair ukuthi indaba le iza kubuyelelwa. Ngamanye amagama ngitsho ukuthi ngivuma no chief whip we largest party uthi ngicabanga ukuthi sakhuluma njalo nje ngiyakuthokoza.
Okay. No, honorable members would remember that a legal opinion was presented in that meeting, and the decision of the meeting was that we will live with what we have until there is any other view to the contrary of what was presented to us. And we even said that if members wish to make further submissions, they can make those submissions, and then the legal team of Parliament will come and give us a feedback on the considerations they would have made to those submissions. And so far, we have not got any feedback contrary to what has been presented. And I will want us to proceed. If there is the day we have a meeting, we can get a report from the legal team of Parliament. But so far, there has not been any official report on the feedback that has been presented before the committee. And I'm going to persuade you, Chief Whip, that for now we live with what we have. Honorable Sangweni.
Chief Whip, and again, please, we're not disrespecting the chair. It's on the legal opinion itself, and if we are incorrect, we can just be corrected. Our understanding was that the legal opinion that had been presented to us dealt with the matters that were referring to the apprehension of bias as it related to Honorable Shikeling and Honorable Skosan. And it was that legal opinion that we agreed that we will live with what we have, as you're currently saying, which is why Honorable Skosana has been participating. On the issue of Honorable Diane Kohler-Barnett, we received a legal opinion from the DA. And I remember that the meeting rejected the legal opinion from the DA, saying that we cannot ask the DA to bring us a legal opinion in Parliament if needs be, can then bring that particular legal opinion. So our previous position as it related to Honorable Kohler-Barnett was not changed by any legal opinion from Parliament because we had not received such. Thank you, Chair.
You are very right, honorable member, that in that meeting, the legal opinion from the DA was not part of the official documents from Parliament. It was a document that was circulated for members to interact with. We agreed very well that the only document relevant in that meeting was the legal opinion that the legal team of Parliament presented. And that legal opinion dealt with 3 matters. It was the matter of members who would have opened cases against witnesses. And then it was also a matter of members against whom there will be reasonable perception of bias, and whether such, and the third was that whether such members could participate in the proceedings and even go to an extent of asking questions. Those were the 3 matters that we referred to the legal team. And then in the responses that the legal team gave, or the report or the opinion that the legal team gave, it dealt with all those matters. And the decision that the committee has taken was that, maybe even without going to individual names of members, to say the opinion that we have now says we can go ahead and allow members to participate. If I'm not misrepresenting you, Andile. And so the understanding is that not until the committee has received anything to the contrary of what was presented, the committee will continue to live with that opinion. Honorable Nomval.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's so unfortunate that this matter is coming in this fashion, because it tampers with the proceedings. We thought we were dealing with the interviews, with questioning witnesses, but it arises, and I'm not blaming the person who has raised the point, but I'm saying it's so unfortunate. And our understanding, Chair, was that this is an urgent matter which required to be resolved before we start this week's program. That is why we were making calls to you on Monday, inquiring about whether there will be a meeting or not, because I think this is a housekeeping issue that we must deal with when we are dealing with our housekeeping issues. But what precipitated and what exacerbates the problem is that we failed to convene a meeting on an urgent basis and deal with this matter. So my suggestion, Chair, is that we convene an urgent meeting just to clear all the outstanding issues, because they are going to temper and they will follow us for as long as we fail to resolve them on time. So I'm just making a plea to you, a kind plea, that as soon as possible, let's convene a meeting and deal with all the outstanding issues which have an impact on how we run our processes. Thank you.
Yeah. Look, honorable members, I don't hear any one of you saying that the legal opinion that Parliament presented is not what the chairperson is saying. Chief Whip.
No, Chair, we have the legal opinion with us that Parliament presented. And I think it's important to bring to your attention the distinction between the 2 matters that we have had to deal with. When you look at the matter relating to Skosana, Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shikaring, we are dealing with matters that are totally different from what we referred to when we're talking about Honorable Barnard in this way. We even, as a committee, I would imagine, were gravitating towards taking a decision, given the seriousness of the alleged involvement of Honorable Kola Barnard, that she may be one of our witnesses. We have never contemplated that with Skosana or Shikaring. And the reason why the DA decided to give an opinion on her alone, excluding Shikaring, was on its own a recognition of the fact that the two cases are totally not the same. And the way we interpreted the legal opinion provided to us was that it was not dealing with matters where you have a possibility of one of us becoming a witness. It was dealing with the principle, firstly, of our own authority as a committee to remove anyone in an event where we believe that they should not be part of our membership. But it did not deal with the issues relating to, can one of us who might be a witness tomorrow, likely, very likely to be a witness, given the seriousness of the allegations leveled against her, be also part of those who are questioning witnesses before us? If your understanding was that, Chair, and the understanding of the Parliamentary Legal Service was that, that would be a different understanding from what we have. And I think that is where I was saying, we don't disagree with how you are presenting the legal opinion, your understanding of it, but we are saying it did not address the issues relating to the nature of the allegations leveled against Honorable Kona-Barnard. We can read it. I'm sure the legal team can read it here, and they tell us whether they were advising on the basis of similar circumstances or these are not exactly the same. Our views are they are not the same. But maybe, Chair, so that we don't appear to be stalling the process, we would want to suggest that even with that concern that we are raising, you proceed and allow Honorable Barnard to participate and advise us tomorrow through the legal division of Parliament what are the implications of that when we later decide that she must be a witness. Because we also don't want to appear as if we are personal to any of our colleagues. But we are very convinced that where matters of principle arise, we must be steadfastly loyal to them unless circumstances change that convince all of us. Thanks.
Note hands of members who want to speak on this matter. Okay, I'm seeing only one hand of Honorable Malim.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm happy that the Chief Whip says we must proceed, because if participation is going to be limited to when you open your mouth, then it's a redefinition of participation. Before the witness took an oath, Honorable Kona-Barnard was already sitting this side of ours. That is participation. And the objection should have been raised at that time, that she cannot be here because she's going to be expected to be on the other side. That's number one. Number two, in the absence of any authority, in this case, a legal opinion that disqualifies her or qualifies her, we are where we were when she was participating in our meetings. So once you say there is no opinion that comes that speaks about her, and there's no opinion that speaks against her, we are back to where we were. We have no right to remove any member until that kind of opinion
Was of the mind, Uguti. We mostly agree that she must do the right thing. But where I differ with you, Chair, you are now changing the statement when you say we must wait for the committee to decide on people who must be witnesses. This was never about being a witness. This was more about implication. That's why it was clarified between the matter of Honorable Skosana and Honorable Kona-Barnard. So I think, Chair, let's not change the subject. But due to time, Chair, I think you as the chairperson, I always say this to you, it cannot be that the only decision you take as a chairperson is only about time for alternates. You should take this decision for us and help us, Uguti. You must make this decision. And constantly, Chair, you are delaying this matter, because we should have had meetings already about this matter. We are going forward. Yes, we are busy. We've got a lot to deal with. But, Chair, I think it falls on your shoulders, Chair. It falls on the credibility of your leadership in this committee. So I think, Chair, decision can be made, but you are also delaying the matter. And you know what's the right thing to do. DA does know the right thing to do, but you cannot depend on them because when it suits them, it's correct. When it doesn't suit them, it's incorrect. So I think, Chair, make a decision for us and take this matter as fast as you can. If we have to continue like this, let's then continue like this. But if it's a matter of us taking a decision, it has to be taken very, very urgently, Chair. Thank you.
I do not agree with that assertion, unless if there is anyone amongst you who wants to tell me what the decision of the committee is on this matter. And I have reiterated this, that the chairperson of this ad hoc committee is not the committee. This committee is made up of members. When the chairperson speaks, the chairperson must speak the decision of the committee. Is there anyone amongst you who wants to remind me how the committee has decided so that I can stand up here and say the decision of the committee is this one, Honorable Kola Barnard stay, or Honorable Kola Barnard go out? What is the committee decision?
No, Chair, if I may, Chair, just to correct you that I don't get to be taken wrong on that matter. I'm not saying, Chair, the committee made a decision. You said we'll come and decide on this matter. But the feel of the House was mostly taking her out. So I'm saying, Chair, you have been delaying this matter. We should have dealt with this matter a long time ago. There was a Monday that we were supposed to have a meeting. I don't know whether it was cancelled or what. It never happened.
Of order, Chair.
So I think, Chair...
Please, Chair. Chair, we go around and around talking about the same thing, and then we have MKP, everybody, all of them are saying the same thing, and it's a point of order. We're not having order in the House.
Honorable Matthys.
And Chair, we've already agreed that we're proceeding, and now we're talking about administration issues here.
Honorable Matthys,
please, Chair, protect us.
Just hold your horses. This is how we're going to deal with issues. Honorable members, each and every member of this committee has a right to speak. But when you have spoken in the committee, it does not mean that what you say goes. All of us are bound by the decisions that the committee would have taken. So the committee has not been represented here. There is no decision that the committee has taken on that matter, and that is why I say I stand to be reminded by any one of you who knows any decision that the committee has arrived at on that matter. So that when I stand up here, I don't speak my personal things. I speak the decisions of the committee. Are you done, Honorable Shongwe?
I can continue, Chair, because my Honorable Matthys says I should continue, Chair. So I'll take it from there, Chair. So, Chair, I was saying I'm done.
Thank you. Honorable Malim.
Chair, everybody agrees we must proceed, including the person who sponsored this issue. He said we must proceed. We have a candidate, not a candidate, we were a witness before us. Yeah. And we can't be doing this when everybody says, yes, we've got concerns, but let's proceed.
Yeah.
Can we please proceed? We are asking for that. Everybody agrees on that.
Yeah, no. What I wanted to hear is whether you have a decision as a committee. Okay. So the statements that have been made against the chair here do not belong here. Yeah. Can we endorse? Let me apologize for this moment that we had, and we now have to proceed. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. To the former minister, you and I go way back. Would you agree that we have had some of the most bizarre National Police Commissioners? If one looks at Celebi, the president of Interpol, and he ends up in jail, I think the reputational damage that did to the SAPS was inordinate. I don't know that we've ever recovered our reputation internationally. But How you did it, I don't know. I've never yet worked it out. But you pulled a rabbit out the hat and convinced them to hold the FIFA World Cup here against all the odds and against what Celebi had done to the country. And it was an extraordinary achievement. I mean, I was there, you were there, you know, for once we could walk the streets and not feel as though we were going to be attacked. But then I know Lieutenant General Mkonazi was bounced in as a relative junior over the heads of many more senior and experienced members, and it was quite a surprise to everybody. And he wasn't left there very long before, heaven help us, it was handed over to Ria Pierre. And I agree with you. I think she did more damage to the SAPS than anyone before or since. It was catastrophic what happened from the moment she was seen wearing all the medals she hadn't earned, a whole barrage of medals, to the Marikana massacre. It just was catastrophic from day one. And then finally they started choosing, and I mean, you amongst that lot were the only one who had actually had any security experience at all. We were talking social workers and teachers prior to that. But they then decided, let's go with police officers. We got Sithole Masimola, who were both qualified to do the job. So I've often tried to work out what was driving the politicians at the top to put people in who were not qualified to do the job. What's your opinion on that?
Well, maybe starting from the beginning, is in English, they say another man's meat is another man's poison. Mm. So if Jake is your poison, he's a meat for me. I don't share the opinion that Jake was the most disastrous. I don't share. Whatever happened to him trapped him. Guys like your Sullivan, like your Aklioti and all those, they know better what happened. I don't say he was innocent, but we know that people that really did the damage and the stuff like Aklioti, the system let them go and they found their sacrificial land, they found their scapegoat. And I agree, he could have got involved with them. That is the tail end of things that happened to him. But it did a lot of job pulling together all pieces of the so-called policing of Venda. I don't know why I like this Venda. Of Venda, Ciskei, Transkei, KwaZulu, and all that. It pulled to produce something called South African Police Service, which is a day. By the way, somebody did ask, what is my recommendation? I was reminded yesterday that, Honorable Chair, during our era, that day was celebrated of 27th January. I would urge that that day comes. The police would come to the stadium, dance, drink, and everything. And Ms. Kola Panat was one person who dismissed that day. So we can talk about it because I find it bizarre that all police officers are working on December. All of them are working. So you can't give a little bit of a holiday when you have come back looking after and all that. We can argue on that one. But it's not true again that all professional police make good commissioners. It's not. It's not. One person that was highly professional, he acted for some time, Patlane. He acted for some time. What happened? He's a professional police. The Stole is a police produced by Honorable Skosana, and he's one to stand there. It did not finish the term. So it doesn't follow why politicians want these people that can do the job. They do bring the people that they believe they can do the job, and those people they still do. I think somehow we still have to retreat and find out the way how people can finish, be supported, be helped, because what worse it does, it hurts the organization and it breaks down the organization as we see now, because nobody stays there to understand and take the organization through. But there is an issue, honorable member, about national commissioners rather than the national commissioners that were never police. Even those that were police, there are serious problems about.
You're absolutely right. I'd quite forgotten about Pakhlane, who I think is heading towards jail. He's been arrested, he and his crew, for looting at the crime lab. So you're right, absolutely right. I've just often wondered, when people have been put in who are particularly weak, whether it was deliberate or not, in order to allow certain things to slide within the system. Certainly under Ria Piecha, that seemed to be the case. So I think, I know you've touched on it today, but were you surprised? I thought you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had a good relationship. Were you surprised when this allegation that he's now withdrawn sort of came out the left field at you?
Surprised when it was made, or surprised
when it was made?
Surprised.
When it was made.
I was surprised. I was surprised because I knew that the thing doesn't come close to anything that has happened. For instance, as I've said, that one bottom line on this one is that I've never sent anybody, and you see something that you are so sure of it, and himself could have checked back. If he says I've sent the message to somebody, he could have checked back. But this person have never sent message from me since we knew each other in 2009. We have not. How would on a short space of time begin to do those things and all that? But this is a point I take, that human beings are fallible.
Sure.
And I'll live with that. That sometimes human beings are fallible, honorable member, and I'll accept that.
Yeah, you've held both positions, and I think you're probably the only person who has been both the National Police Commissioner and the Minister. I know I was hard on you and on Ria Piecha and Pakhlane, all of them, but as a minister then, were you surprised, and have you been surprised at some of the ministerial appointments that have been made, with Nathi Mthethwa, and we're talking somehow Richard Mluli being brought back by him time and again, and Marikana and Nkandla Gate, Nathi Nhleko with his fire pool nonsense. He didn't last very long. Fikile Mbalula only lasted 1 year. So where would you rate yourself in amongst that lot as your job as a minister that you achieved?
That's the most difficult question. If I were a soccer player and I'm a striker, I would rate myself by scoring the goals. It would be easy. The first minister was Professor Mufumadi. The second one was Chwete. Third one was Ngagula. The fourth one was Mthethwa. And then after Mthethwa was Nhleko, was Mbalula, was who is not there? Then was Cele. Not Cele. Chairperson, I don't know if I can really answer this question. I've read myself as a minister. I think the most time I enjoy here was when I was a national commissioner. Whoever I send there, if we get an opportunity and president say choose between being a commissioner or choose to be a commissioner, that is a roller coaster kind of the work, and you can easily measure crime stats, the response of the human beings and all that. I will request to jump, Chair, on rating myself and allow South Africans and the rest of the people to judge me on that.
I'm sure they will. You have agreed that today the SAPS, there's a lot of factions fighting crime intelligence, all of them are in a catastrophic situation, compared perhaps to how it was when you were the National Police Commissioner. In your opinion, what could be done to pull it all together, to show our citizens that they need not fear the police, but that criminals must fear the police? Because today, currently, our citizens fear the police and the criminals laugh at them. How would you tackle that? How would you turn the tables and turn this back into a police service that we could actually be proud of?
I remember you used the term catastrophic. I think in Zulu, in is something very, very serious. Not only that, and sad. I don't know how much pain I share as I sit there and I look, Commissioner writing affidavit against the Deputy National Commissioner, and all that, Mkwanas coming on the platform, lambasting everybody. Immediately after that, Spear coming, Spear going home, the police are in his house. It's just, I don't think if it were a move, I would finish it. It's a terrible thing. And I would be lying if I sit here and I say what should be done to fix the situation. I know it's a disastrous situation. It needs to be fixed together and all that. You know, I watched few days ago the discussion on how much South Africans have been scammed by the scammers, very professional scammers out there. But you say, okay, where do you go with these South Africans? There is no head of Hawks, there is no head of intelligence, there is no deputy National Commission of Detectives, and these are the things that these people who are scammed is a place that they should be running to. It doesn't exist. I hope and I wish that the president literally leads his government and the cabinet on finding the solution quick on this matter. Is a matter for government now. Yes. I hear that Judge Meyer was talking about requesting Judge Letwaba to go and stay home because of 2.5 million accusation of bribe from Mlife. This is a judge now. I'm not talking about magistrate or prosecutor. Your chief of prosecution in Gauteng is home, is to be investigated. So I think somebody somewhere must find a solution, and the solution must be quick. Otherwise, South Africans are going to run helter-skelter.
I agree. Last question from me. Let's talk about Cato Manor for a moment. You know them all very well. The still surviving members, because some have died, of the Cato Manor crew. Well, we heard in the Zondo Commission that there was a meeting between the then minister and the then acting National Police Commissioner, and they took the decision to make the arrest as public and humiliating as they could, because they believed the Sunday Times story. Of course, history has shown that those people who lost their salaries, their jobs, their lives, and were branded with the M for murderers on their foreheads, basically, were all innocent. They were cleared by the courts. And I was saddened when the Lieutenant General told us he didn't really recall much about it, because it was his decision to go ahead and join in that political decision to close the unit and arrest everyone. And in fact, the courts have just started paying them out because they're all suing the SAPs for many, many millions. I believe you might have handled it differently had you been in charge. Your thoughts, please.
Jefferson, I said yesterday, Lieutenant General Connors is a good cop, but he has faults, and I said some of his faults are serious. That is one of the serious faults that he committed. I don't care who says what. I'll go anywhere. That's my belief and what I see. I see, that's the way I see that what happens. But one thing that is not said, when Jerome Connors was here, he raised the issue of him having problem with former Minister Mthethwa, may his soul rest in peace, and President Zuma. He did not tell that initially there were parties with Minister Mthethwa. They caused this disaster together.
Yeah.
They caused the disaster. So there was a time when they were together and they caused the disaster. I don't know when they realized that one is wrong. This Katom Mena thing was a part of the Hawks. And the structures that deal with the misbehavior of the police and all that they could do. But weighing, putting on the scale, their successes and what they did for the people of South Africa was huge.
Yeah.
Chairperson, there was zero cash heist in KZN under that team. Zero. Taxi industry took the line. Criminals, there was a situation that there was a saying that if you want to commit crime, get away out of that province and do it somewhere. There was a saying said, if Katomena wants you, wake up in the morning and go and knock the police station and say I'm here. So how people, they look at it and all that, we can't debate that, but fighting crime, that's why even today, or even until I leave the organization, there's been a call to say, can they come back? I say they're dead. Some of them are destitute, some of them, well, are surviving. And I hate this thing. I hate this thing of people claiming the police for things that police must pay the money because they've done wrong to them. But I wouldn't mind if I know that South African Police Service must pay more than 100 million for all of them for the thing that for unlawful arrest and the harassment that happened to them when they send the trucks and literally take them like you are evicting a criminal. Taking them and cramping them somewhere, putting all the, and that was under General Connors and Minister Mthethwa. And Minister Mthethwa went to a prosecutor asking that prosecutor to arrest them in June, was accompanied by the General Connors to tell you, please make sure that they get arrested. And they got arrested. And today we are facing the unlawful arrest. When I said so, when you talk about Katomena, is one mistake that has happened in the history of police coming forward. And such a huge negative impact in crime fighting. With that team for a very long life, they would be there. I was even prepared to be castigated by my organization because I attended their trials. I was castigated of supporting the rebels and all that. But I knew that those were good human beings doing the work to protect South Africans.
Thank you very much. Chair, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnard. Thank you so much, General Cele. Honorable Skosana, you will be starting when we come back from break at 1:30. You will be sitting there at 1:30. Thank you so much. No, we're taking a break immediately. We're back at 1:30. Yeah.
Chair, you saw my hand. But you
Yes,
don't-
you can speak, but we're on break.
But you saw me before you declared break.
Yeah.
But it's okay, Chair. Chair, I just want to say I wasn't here. I have no problem with the decision of the House on the participation of Honorable Barnard. But I just want to state for the record that I did share with you my opinion on the opinion.
With the legal team.
But I send it to you, so you have it on
Yeah.
record. Please just.
The legal team will consider it and will give the committee a feedback.
I just wanted to state that for the record. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Honorable members, SC break has been announced. We are coming back at 1:30. Yes, yes. Skosana, 6 minutes of your time has run already. Welcome.
The witness was not there.
No, it's fine. Welcome, honorable members. Just to put it on record here, honorable souls, the legal team has received your submission, and then it will be presented in the committee meeting. Honorable Skosana, welcome and those. Thank you so much. Yeah, but the legal team led evidence. It's your time to ask questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
It will be until 14:38, Honorable Skosan.
Thank you very, very much. No, I'm going to leave it for Shongwe to finish up. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, honorable member.
Ngizokuthoma ngesikhethu in my first 20 minutes. In fact, ngesikhuwa, then ngizagcina ngesikhethu. Now, the issue about, you spoke highly about Bheki Cele, that he amalgamated the former TBV state and the other police service, self-independent, you know, and SAP during those years. I just want to say, let me put it to you, that your assertion is wrong, is incorrect. One, the amalgamation of the police service was started by Johan van der Merwe in 1994. His contract ended in 1995. In 1995, President Mandela appointed George Fivers. Fortunately, I was among the staff of the safety and security in Mpumalanga. I was seconded from Department of Finance, and we were a supporting staff when these agencies were amalgamated. So George Fivers was the first person to be appointed to lead an amalgamated police service in this country. It's not Bheki Cele. Do you agree with me on that?
Well, I don't agree with you on that. Fivers started, but in the middle of it and finishing it, it was Bheki Cele. But Fivers did start.
No. Minister, I said Johan van der Merwe in 1994 started the process. There was Zwane from Gangwane, there was Brigadier Tubane from Gondebele, there was Sersfontein, who was but I just wanted to put the matter straight that George Fivers is the one who led the police, which was amalgamated in this country.
It did not finish. A person that took it from the middle body and finished it was Bheki Cele. And I agree with you that Fivers was at the beginning of the matter.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Fivers was the first to lead the amalgamated force in this country.
Yes, but did not finalize the thing. The bigger portion then was done by Bheki Cele when Fivers indeed did start the matter.
So are you disputing that Fivers was leading an amalgamated police force in the country?
When he was a national commissioner, he led.
Yes.
And then Bheki was a national commissioner, he led.
No. What? Angithi so, Minister. George Fivers, waba umuntu wokuthoma our leader one police service in this country. We are former.
When was the police service finalized in this country?
No, but ubuzumbuzo munye phezu komunye.
No, izokusiza.
No, mina.
George Fivers did not lead one police service in this country.
Okay, let's put it on record. As a matter of fact, I'm saying that George Fivers was the first person to lead an amalgamated police service in this country, and you say I'm wrong.
I agree that you are wrong.
Okay, thank you. Remember, we are under oath. And number two, you speak highly or you speak bad about some of your colleagues you worked with.
Did you say I speak bad?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying, General, in this sense, you said that Ria Piecha was a disaster. He messed up the police service. Am I right?
I stand by that statement.
And you said that, may his soul rest in peace. Natim Tetwa as well.
I did not say
No.
May his soul rest in peace.
No. I'm talking about Nati. I've passed the issue of Ria Piecha.
Okay.
I'm talking about the minister now as well, that whatever he was doing, you have the doubt that he has carried his constitutional duty as he was supposed to. Am I right?
You are wrong.
Then you can correct me.
I never spoke about Natim Tetwa and the Constitution.
No. I'm not talking about, what I'm saying that he failed to do, let me put it straight. You said he failed to do his job.
I never said so.
What did you say?
I never said he failed to do his job. I said he had mistakes, and I've mentioned things that he would have done wrong. One of those things is the Katomena. And the only thing that I talk about him is Katomena. I never spoke about
it's
anything.
Fine.
So we are not very correct.
So your misfortune as well, or your mistakes, do you have any mistake which you perhaps, when you were still a national commissioner, or when you're still a national, when you are a minister and a national commissioner, do you have regrets?
No.
No regrets?
No.
Were you perfect?
No.
Let me come to this as well. Did you ever appointed someone in the, I think they said Sita, said he was carrying bags, I've forgotten the surname, what's the surname, if you remember? There was a matter which was raised to say there was somebody who was carrying your bags.
Simon, come on, advocate, come on.
Yes. Did you ever appointed him
as what?
As a judicial commissioner?
I've explained it time and again. And you said you were in that environment, you would know, especially that there is no minister that appoints any level of police in the South African police.
Are you saying that under oath?
Don't threaten me about
No, I'm not threatening you. I just want to find out, because we have done that, Minister.
When I'm asking that under oath?
Yes, I'm asking that under oath, yes. Remember, I'm a member of Parliament.
I've been in Parliament far long before than you. I know better Parliament than you.
But if you say I'm under oath, it means you don't accept that I am under oath and I'm protected.
Simo was appointed by the Minister of Police as a special advisor to the minister, but was appointed by the National Commissioner as a legal person heading legal in the South African Police.
Minister, let me put this thing to you once again. My question is simple. Have you ever appointed a divisional commissioner, you as a minister?
I've answered that no.
You've never done that?
No.
And let me put it to you, and I guess the scribes are writing this down. You've done so.
That has never been done.
No, it's fine. Anyway, remember, we still have to. I'll bring proof of that, Minister.
Okay.
That you've done that.
Bring it.
Now.
And if you don't bring it?
No, I'll bring it. I'll bring it. Anyway, I'm protected. Don't you said you've got 40 years or so here. But I'm not threatening you, but I'm telling you that you have appointed a divisional commissioner yourself, not a national commissioner, as a minister. You said the minister doesn't do that, but we have done that. But let's start now again. Let me put it to you again, Minister.
Can I respond before you put?
You can.
Honorable member, I hope the problem here is that people, they say things, and when they're supposed to prove it, and they don't happen, they don't come back to say those things here. I would want that protection. If you say I've done it, you're going to bring the evidence. I would want to know what happens if that evidence does not come. We are not going to hide behind the situation that says we are protected. So we're not going to be painted. We're not going to be painted.
It's a law, and unfortunately, I'm protected. You can't do anything about it.
Am I allowed to answer when I'm asked?
Yes.
Am I allowed to answer when I'm asked?
Let's do like this, honorable members. The people of South Africa are watching us, and they want to see the best out of us. I just want to request both of you to tone down. And what we must do, Honorable Skosan, let's ask the witness questions and the witness response. Not because we want to dismiss the question that the witness has given. Because if a witness responds and say, I have not done this, and then you come back and say, but you have done it, you are now opening the matter for debate. Let's ask questions and not force the witness to give questions that we want them to give us as a belief.
I thank you, Chair, and as well, let me be protected. When I ask a question, the witness should not as well question me. Because I ask a question, then he questions me again. I need your protection as well. Thank you, Chair.
Agreed. General, when the honorable member asks you a question, may you please respond to the question. Both of you are protected by the chairperson equally.
Nice to hear that.
General, do you remember that you came to Mpumalanga in Mkondo? Do you remember that?
Many times.
In 2018.
Many times.
You promised the people there was political killings. You remember?
I promised them political killings.
No. I'm saying there was political killings.
Oh, I thought you said I promised them political killings.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying I was still, as I said, if you can wait for me, General. You came to Mpumalanga, Mkondo, and you promised the people of Mpumalanga that those who have killed those councillors will be arrested in 4 days. Do you remember that?
I don't remember 4 days. I remember saying they'll be arrested.
Was anyone arrested there?
I don't know.
Do you know Alpha?
No. I know Omega.
Omega? That's how you promised that those people will be arrested within 4 days.
Okay.
And unfortunately for your, because you say you don't remember, the killings continued. 2 councillors after you've left were killed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Do you have any relationship with then, at that time, with the mayor of that area in Mkondo?
Who was the mayor?
Vusmota.
No, I have no relationship with him.
You never spoken to him over the phone or have had a meeting with him?
I've spoken to him.
What was discussed in that meeting?
I can't remember.
There was 2 people which, the names which were disguised there from IDEC. I think it was Perumal, and I think you've mentioned another one, Sunet, if I remember the name, I might be wrong. What is your take with those guys? They ever intimidated you? Because we are told that they are harassing, in particular, ministers and lieutenant generals as well from IDEC.
I spoke with one name, not 2.
I'm sorry?
I spoke about one name, not 2.
Whose name was that?
I said either Peruman or Patayache.
Padiache, yes. Yeah, okay. Is it one person? Perumal Padiache?
That's why I'm saying Patayache or Peruman. I can't remember, but one of those names is his name.
In your understanding, what was the role of ID and the investigation matters in terms of jurisdiction?
ID or IDEC?
No, ID at that time, before they were IDEC.
What was their duty was to investigate the crimes, especially the COVID-19 crimes.
And state capture?
No, I know nothing about IT and state capture.
Because these names are frequently coming up, in connection with General Masemula and Mkwanazi. And Mkwanazi, when he presented his submission here, he said, at IDEC, there's a rogue policemen there and women, but there are those good policemen there and women. Do you agree with him on that? In your experience as you were in charge of it?
I agree with him, Mkwanazi.
Yes. No, what I'm saying, do you agree with his assertion to say there's rogue? In fact, there are those people there who work at IDEC who are rogue. Let me put it like that.
But I will agree, but not only there. Even with the SEPs and other organizations, there will be rogue and good people.
Yeah, but I'm talking about IDEC now, Minister.
But I'm giving you the context of which I'm agreeing that indeed I agree with it, but I'm adding to say is a generic problem.
So are you saying even in the top echelons of the South African police, there's rogue policemen and women?
I would agree.
We have found that the real reason why the illegal disbandment of the PKTT, it was to protect the funders. The way you said, you've spoken to Vus Matala or Ket Matala, real name Ket Matala. For the first time, you said you met him in Beverly Hills, am I right?
Beverly Hills Hotel?
Yes. That was for the first time?
Yes.
That was in December, am I right?
Yes.
Then in January, you went to Pretoria.
Yes.
And then he gave you his penthouse.
Yes.
He gave you security.
No.
You're not secured.
As even now, I don't have security.
Yeah, I remember you cried some time ago to say you are not safe, and we understand that.
Without tears.
Now, you met him for the first time. He's offering you a room. You agree without any hesitation because you are no longer a minister. That's what you said, am I right? You are free to do anything you want.
No, I'm not free to do anything I want. There is no human being allowed to do anything that he or she wants.
Yeah, I thought when you say we are free, we are no longer accountable to anyone. I thought you said so.
On that particular matter, Honorable Member, not generically that as a human being you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, because my follow-up question will be, if I heard you well, is that you can associate with criminals. There's no problem because we are free.
Associate, maybe I don't understand the word associate. I can't associate with criminals, but I still can get the information and be briefed and hear and be phoned by those people that give information, even if they're in the criminal world.
So your relationship with Vus, in a way, for him to for you to meet him, what was the purpose?
The meeting was arranged by Mabonga.
Yes. What was for?
Mabonga didn't tell me that I'll be meeting Vusi. I saw Vusi as I came with Mabonga. So I was meeting Mabonga and he came with Vusi.
So he only disclosed when Kate was there?
When I saw him, correct.
And you were comfortable to help him?
I didn't even know him.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, were you comfortable after he told you what was the meeting all about? I mean, Kate.
And I got interested. I was comfortable interested because he spoke about my name, that my name, if somebody has spoken about it somewhere.
Do you agree with Minister Senzo Mkunu's version to say he had all the right to disband MKTG?
No, I don't agree with that.
Now, the IMC resolution and the meetings of approving the PKTT, as you said, it was an interministerial committee, am I right?
I didn't say so. It was so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That I want you to agree with me on that, to say I'm not missing the point.
Okay.
Now, when he decided, as you know now, is on record, Senzo,
okay.
Mkunu, the minister, did not consult anybody. And I think that's what you said to us, to say there was a ministries. There was a minister of correctional service, there was a minister of justice, etc., etc. And those were not consulted at all.
I think his statement says so, again, that he did not consult.
Now, so we agree that the minister was completely wrong.
To do what?
To do what he did, to disband.
Disband. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, there's you call him Mary, if I remember, Professor
Mary
Dihas. He says that she says that you are a disgraced minister. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just reading what he wrote here.
I don't agree with it.
You don't agree with that. And you said you don't recognize Patricia Machale, if I remember well.
I don't recognize or remember her.
No, you remember her. What I'm saying that whatever Patricia is saying, it doesn't hold water according to you. Am I right?
Correct.
There's another gentleman who said he wrote you many letters. He calls Fikile Mbambi. Have you ever received any letter from him?
Who is that gentleman?
Fikile Mbambi from Cape Town, from Kayelisha.
Fikile Mbambi.
Yes.
I don't remember the name.
You don't remember the name. Now, when you were talking to my colleague here, you said that there's around almost 200 members who are deployed here in Cape Town. Am I right? At the cost of 800 rand, I think, for accommodation, there's food, there's cars, you've mentioned all those things combined to say that, they are trying to help the people of Cape Town. You mentioned Delphi, you mentioned Philippi and other areas. Because in this country, Minister, the issue of drugs is a problem.
Issue of
drugs.
Yes.
And in particular, in the Western Cape. Am I right? I'm not saying in other provinces there's no drugs. But in particular, in the Western Cape, we have a serious problem of drugs. And Gauteng, we have a similar problem.
Yes.
We have a similar problem in the Eastern Cape, in almost all the provinces.
Now I agree.
Thank you. Ngiye ngathi ngizotshintsha ngibuyele ngapha. Abantwana bethu sebangathi amazumbi ngendaba yama drugs.
Ngathi amazulu.
Ngathi amazumbi.
Oh.
Umuntu uthi ahamba alele. Uthi umuntu ahleli amile. Sinenkinga enkulu engicabanga ukuthi nawe usese khona usaphethe. Azange uyikhona lento yama drugs. Am I right?
If you say angizange ngiyikhona, you mean to eradicate and finish it?
Yes.
Definitely it was not eradicated, but a lot of work and a lot of disbandment of the laboratories, a lot of big bust of the ships and all that, it did happen.
Now, ngiyavuma ukuthi akunamuntu onganaphutha, Minister. And I think as well, as you said, bathi uma uvuma kuba ngcono kunokuthi uwale amaphutha owenzayo. Siyavumelana lapha ngithi?
Well, it's a human nature to commit mistakes, but it's also a good human nature to accept once you realize that you have made a mistake. It's a good thing to do.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi njengoba ushilo nawe uma usithumela le submission istatement sakho esila ezinjoba ngeke ngasho ekuqaleni ukuthi mangikulalele kahle ubugceka kakhulu abantu abavele abasebenze after you or abasebenze before you njengoba ngeke ngababala iphutha lakho ke endosi engilibonileyo mina mangiloku ngikulalele ukuthi akekho umuntu owenze ngcono ukudlula wena ngabe mhlambe ngibambe kahle
ngikushongo lokho uthi kushiwo yimina ukuthi ngenze ngcono ukudlula wonke umuntu
no ngisho ukuthi the way uzipresente ngakhona is like wonke umuntu oke waba uminister in particular njengoba ngeke ngakhuluma ngenda beside indaba yaseKhatomana ukuthi unathi may his soul rest in peace no senzo mchunu kunamaphutha amaningi abawenzile unathi ukhulume ngeyi1 othize iKhatomana. Am I right?
Can I remind you how many ministers I have counted?
Yes, 7.
Oh. So I've presented myself. I did not present on behalf of Minister Umthetwa or Minister Umkhulu. They can present themselves and then you can make your assessment on that.
Njengoba ke uke wezwa alana uminister osuspendiwe kuye kwezwakala ukuthi wacela uchief of staff wakhe ukuthi arekhode inkulumo yakhe ayikhuluma no provincial commissioner uMkhwanazi. Leso senzo ungasibona kuyisenzo esi right ngokwazi kwakho umthetho.
Well ngokwazi kwami ukuthi umuntu mayezo recorder for instance mawufonela ebank ufonela insurance ufonela phi uyawonishwe utshelwe ukuthi uzorekhodwa. I think into wrong ukuthi ungakwenza lokho having not told anybody ukuthi uzokwenza, especially umuntu osuke uzokhuluma nawe ucingweni ukuthi ungamtsheli ukuthi uzomrecord. Ngicabanga ukuthi into wrong.
Ukhona siseselapho ngicabanga ukuthi nawe waye waba concern ukuthi kunamaphoyisa athumela amafoni elinye iphone number beyakho ngongayekho emthethweni bayithumela ku batch ku judge ukuthi bakhona ukunilalela ukuthi nikhuluma ini ngalawo magama ngisho ukuthi uminister osuspendiwe ukomite icrime ngokwenza njalo ungabe ungavumelana nami?
I would agree that you're wrong, but to commit crime, I will wait for the lawyers to tell. I don't want to venture at the area where I'm completely incompetent when it comes to law.
Ngiyabonga. Ngibuye ke ngize la izolo ngicabanga ukuthi before sizoqeda kuye kwaba ne-issue ke wayiraise lana yokuthi kune-issue ke wayiveza la engicabanga ukuthi kwenzeke kahle ukuthi ngoba uye wayiphika indaba yokuthi kune mhlambe into oyitholile ubunqane obutholile kodwa uGeneral Mkhwanazi uye wayi-withdraw leyo nto ngicabanga ukuthi sikhulumile ngayo angikhola ukuthi mhlambe uphatheke kabi minister kuleyo ngoba use-withdrawile uGeneral Mkhwanazi.
Uyangibuza ukuthi ngiphatheke kabi noma ngiphatheke kahle?
Yes.
Hayi ngiphathekile nje.
Uphathekile njani ngiyabonga. Now ngiyacabanga ukuthi kuye kwaba nenkinga lapha uke wathi benibo minister ne4 if I remember well. Wafa abantu abaningi bakithi lapha ePhoenix. Ngabe kukhona ongasitshela kona ukuthi kuyakwanelisa imphumela omhlambe ama arrest enzekile after what happened lapha ePhoenix?
Noma ngazi manje honorable member ukuthi hamba kanjani amacala kodwa baningi abantu ababoshwa. There was a special team under Brigadier Cele that was working there. And the last time I checked, there were about 12 people that were arrested there. But I don't know the status of the cases at the present moment. Bayakuhlupha.
Bangihluphi. Ngoba isizwe asijabulanga ngento le eyenzeke lapha ePhoenix and babona ngathi umthetho awukho ngathi le ndaba ayikhulunyiswa akunamuntu okhuluma ngayo yaphela nje kanjalo kibo bonke abantu abake bafika la ngifaka nawe ngaphakathi ngizwile ukukhuluma iconcern yakho ngeCato Ridge kuphela but i-issue yase Phoenix hence ngikubuza yona ukuthi iyagculisa ngendlela yahamba ngakhona na
angase ngikhulume nje ngeCato Ridge.
No, I'm talking not Cato Ridge, le okhuluma ngayo.
Cato what?
Cato Mano.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Ukuthi kuyakhulunywa ngayo, kuyakhulunywa nangezinye kodwa le yase Phoenix ngathi akunamuntu ufuna ukuyibamba.
No, umbuzo honorable member ngeCato Phoenix. I said last time I checked, there were quite a number of people ababeboshiwe. So I don't know what is the status now, but there were people, some by then have been found guilty and doing some years. So it might not have been adequate, but there was a response in terms of the law dealing with the matters of Phoenix.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Apologies, Honorable Skosana, for interrupting you. It's a follow-up question, Chair, arising from a question which was asked by Honorable Skosana in relation to political matters which took place in Mpumalanga, which was followed by the general's visit, wherein he made commitments of making arrests. Now the question, General, is, after visiting Mpumalanga and making commitments therein, were there any systems that you put in place thereafter to ensure that you meet the commitments that you made in Mpumalanga? And if there are any, what progress was there while you were still the minister? Because we can't expect you to know now, because we are not a minister, so we are no longer in charge of the organization. But at the time when we were there as a minister, what progress did you leave in relation to that issue? And did you ever go back to the people of Mpumalanga and say, these are the systems that I've put in place, and this is progress that we have made so far? Because the issue of political killings is a very serious issue. So I was really not satisfied, Chair, with a response that he gave that he doesn't know. And that I think it arose maybe from an impression that we are asking about his knowledge at this point. And the question was asking about his knowledge while he was still the Minister of Police. Thank you.
When I went there, I went with the provincial commissioner, honorable member. And the provincial commissioner was to put something special to deal with the matter. Well, Mpumalanga people will tell you that what has happened to the provincial commissioner himself is part of the problem that we are facing. It started there after that. So I don't know the progress, because a person that was supposed to lead that in terms of the provincial commissioner putting those teams had a problem herself, suspended. I think is under, I don't know where it is now, but by the time I left, she was suspended and not on job and all, which I guess then that jeopardized the progress of those operations that was supposed to continue.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi angigculisekanga ke ngendlela ophendule ngayo, kodwa ke ngizochubeka ngoba lesithembiso wazenza njengesithembiso owasenza masikhuluma ngeissue yakaSenzo Meyiwa killing. Wathembisa ukuthi umuntu ozoboshwa kufe family yakhe. Umuntu ozoboshwa oyedwa ubekhona ngaphakathi endlini la kwabulawela khona uSenzo. But up to today akunamuntu ophuma lapha endlini oboshiwe. Ngabe ngiright lapha?
Wrong.
Ukhona oseboshiwe?
Wrong ukuthi ngenza leso sithembiso.
No, wasenza leso sithembiso is on record, but again, if uyala is fine. But that's what I'm saying, ukuthi wathembisa ilizwe la ekhaya.
Wrong
no, ngiyavuma. Ungasho ukuthi ngirong ukuright, kodwa ke mina ngithi
wrong right.
Yeah, ngisho ukuthi ke minister angabi ngathi siyalwa silwe. Mina ngifuna ukubuza nje ukuthi uyayala nokuthi wathembisa ukuthi umuntu omunye okhona ngaphakathi uzoboshwa obeke khona uma kudutshulwa uSenzo. Zange utsho njalo.
Sengiphendulile lapho.
Okay, ngiyabonga. Uma ubheka njengoba kukhulunywe ngeissue yokuthi uMatlala might have been the one uMinister Umchunu obefuna afande i-presidential ambition yakhe or u-deputy or u-president in the next coming ANC conference. Ungabe wena leyo nto uyayikholwa noma uyikholwa? Ukuthi lempi ekhona engaka esiphoyiseni abanye bazokhuluma ngokuthi hence kwakhanselwa necontract yakaMatlala is because something went very wrong kule meeting efanele ibe khona phakathi kwakhe eyenzeka phakathi kwakhe nomhoshi otawumazi uBrown Mkhotsi. Ngoba after that kwakhanselwa icontract yakaMatlala. Mhlambe ungabe ngokunye ngokucabanga kwakho ukuthi this functional battle noma nje into eyenzeka ngoba fanele yenzeka.
I think Lama battle started before the cancellation.
njoba sengizovala nginikeze umlingani wami ngizovala ngale yokuthi uma fika lana umkhwanazi ku statement sakhe asinikeze sona uthi isipholisa samoshakala ngo2007 ngo2007 kwenzeka ukuthi kucala kubizwana amaphoyisa abizana comrade kwaba namabray enziwayo ePulukwane azange kuphinde amaphoyisa ahlonipheke o ahloniphane kwaqala ama faction ngaleso sikhathi ngabe uyavuma kuloko
Angivumi.
uthi akucala ngaleso sikhathi ngabe kuqale nini ukuliwa esiphoyiseni i-top management ngokwakho ukwazi
So lokho abakhona amaphoyisa.
loko abakhona amaphoyisa nawe uma ukhona leyo impi yaqhubeka injalo
Yebo.
so uthi iqale ngo1994 not ngikhuluma nge-new dispensation angikhulumi ngalawa kudala abangasimelanga lento iqale 1994 ukulwa
Ngiyavumelana nawe.
ngiyabonga sengizonikeza ke umlingani wami acedelele njengoba uchairman said avumile ngiyabonga
Can we speak, Chair? You can pass to another person, Chair. As the MK party, we have exhausted all our questions. We don't want to speak for the sake of speaking.
I'm giving you a standing ovation today. Chief Whip.
Oh, no. Thanks, Chair. Thanks a lot, General. Good afternoon. I know that many questions have been asked and answered, so I shouldn't be that long. And I'm going to try and rephrase the question for you to address a specific issue. For instance, in your submitted SON affidavit, General, you speak about General Mdluli, the decision about his suspension, but you also talk about on the same paragraph that you were directed by the then Minister and Deputy Minister to fire General Shabalala. Now, what I want to understand here, what is it that is so special about Mdluli? Who is Mdluli? And where does the country come from with Mdluli? Because he emerges as somebody very central to whatever that has happened in our security cluster over the past a decade or two. Who is the man?
Well, I really don't have extra information than what I have. Mdluli became the head of the crime intelligence in June, when I became the head of South African police administratively in July. I am told that the way he was employed was a panel of ministers chaired by the Minister of Police. I think there was a Minister of Intelligence at the time who happened to, I guess, was Dr. Cele. I think there were other ministers. There were about 4, I can't remember who they are. That makes him a little bit special, Mdluli, from the very word go, because I've never seen a TTG having such a panel of the ministers. But one thing that was quite significant, there was an acting police commissioner then, General Williams, or Commissioner Williams, and I'm told was not part of that panel. This is a DDG, but the DG of that department is not part of that panel. That's quite interesting. Mdluli, his background this is under correction, so that I don't lie under oath. I fight with Mr. Skosana. So his history looks like it comes from the police anyway, but was belonging to this branch, that infamous branch called Special Branch. Looks like that's where it comes from. And those that they know him, they said he would be a not a very kind guy. Those that have been in the hands of Special Branch, they would understand how they would treat you, those guys. They were not nice at all. So it looks like he was part of those guys. But also looks like he was person that people were scared of him. Because the arrest looks like was suspected, because I don't think was ever found guilty, was suspected of murder, which had nothing to do with the work, which was a kind of a social matter, because it looks like a person that was murdered because he interfered with his girlfriend. So sounds like that. So he's a person that would you know him to be brutal, both work and socially, but it's a person that I wouldn't know him too much because he spent his time reporting to the minister and the president rather than reporting to the national commissioner.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm asking this question because in your submission, you made an important observation that essentially the time at which the country started to regress in terms of its capability to defeat crime in our country was more or less around the same time, around that time, when such characters were being appointed, and let alone the way in which that character was appointed. But you also made references to the fact that as a consequence of your refusal to act or the way in which you acted towards him, you acquired some enemies. And I think the enemies that you acquired also included, if I read your statement very well, the head of state of that time. Now, you know, there is a theory that may not enjoy popularity in our country, but it's there. And because it exists, it's supposed to be dissected. That there's always been people either who were infiltrated in the movement that led us into liberation, or who were inherited by the democratic state after 1994, remain in the system, but always working hard day and night to bring the very system down. Do you think these are coincidences that here pops up Mdluli, gets appointed in a very funny way, and the situation changes right from that period? Of course, with the then National Commissioner Pierre assuming the reins, and the destruction of the security cluster happens unabated. Would you say these are just mere coincidences, or this is maybe one of the manifestations of an intervention that is done deliberately to weaken the democratic state at the security level?
Honorable Member, maybe one important thing to say about Mdluli. He was suspended for 8 years. He was under suspension for 8 years. And you remember that you hire nobody if a person is suspended. So he was earning his salary without any hindrance as suspended. Yet there was no head of the crime intelligence. So there is that gap until he was fired by Mbalula, as Mbalula comes, and I came after Mbalula, but was suspended and earning the salary for eight years. So it could be both him getting involved, but also there was this lacuna that was there because there was no head. But broadly, from the world of security, Honourable Member, there are no structures that are not infiltrated by opposition. That's your take, that's bottom line. They even say, when you're operative intelligence, they give you a beautiful, good information, you must be worried because information is forever on the exchange. So you wonder, as they give him such a good information, how much good information he or she gives on the other side.
It's a game of trade-offs.
Yeah.
I give you this one, you give me the other one. Now, General, the issue, when we listen to Minister Mkunu, part of his consideration, and not only him, I think General Sbia as well, there's this issue about the amount of money that was spent on the PKTT. I know you said earlier on that's not a terrain that you would have been directly involved. And I remember Minister Mkunu saying that we may have to ask the AG or somebody else to conduct an audit. But where I want to get an understanding from you, was there ever any moment where a focused discussion during your tenure takes place with regard to the impact on the finances of SAPS of the work of the PKTT? Was there ever any, and if there was, including maybe possible abuse that may involve the S&T or the overtime? So was there any focused discussion on the matter? And if there was, any actions were taken maybe to mitigate the possibility of the system being exploited?
I think this one of abuse, there have been some specific examples that were made, Chairperson, that the operatives and the police were sleeping on posh hotels. They've mentioned one. I hear people saying that Beverly Hill is a top-notch. There is a top-notch hotel next to Beverly called Oyster Box. That is a really top-notch. That's a really top-notch something. So there is an accusation. There is an accusation that we're sleeping there. I don't have that information that there are police that slept there at the Oyster Box. I don't know where they were sleeping. What I know is that they would have found the accommodation from the hotels or those places that they would have slept to. But I am under correction. For me, there would be no reason for the police to be sent to sleep at the Oyster Box, which I think Mamu Mary speaks on it, that they were sleeping there at Oyster Box. But if they were sleeping in the hotels, let's say minus Oyster Box, is not something that will be awkward and be based only in KZN, Honorable Member. There is a hotel here, as you drive, near is it a Mountain View? Is Taple View? There's a place called Taple View here in Cape Town. There is a hotel that is on the water, there's on the sea. The South African Police of Operation Thunder were living there. As you sleep, the waves are almost on your room in that hotel. So then it could not be the problem then of PKTT. So it could be the generic problem that we'll have to work on. So for me, my argument would not then, if that is your consideration, you would have dealt with one unit and let others sleep on the sea.
Now, General, you made some observations about. Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Malem.
I just want to ask General to remind us, Richard Mdluli, when he was arrested, was he not with another police officer called Kimba or Killer?
Yes.
what was Killer's role in the police at that time?
What was his?
Yeah, what was his role? Was he also in the
He's
crime
the
intelligence?
crime intelligence. He's still there. He's still in the police.
Has he not gone to Ikuruleni to work in the Ikuruleni there from Zwandile?
Why umbuza into oyaziyo? So I think it did go to Ugrulen, but I think it did come back to the CI. Yes, it did work for Ugrulen.
You may proceed, Chief.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. I mean, General, I just want to ask if you have any suggestions that you would like to leave with us, because you raise a concern about, and you identified it as a major problem confronting the police, the issue of, for a lack of a better word, I think you refer to easy bail, people getting bail easily. Never mind that they've committed crime for which the police are convinced a conviction can be secured. I don't remember whether you have made any proposals about what exactly should be done, if any, if you have thought about it.
Actually, I would love to add on this thing of bail. There is another animal called parole. That's another big animal. Where people, I'm told, they are released on the good behavior in prison. And I don't know why you would have a good, how you have a good behavior in prison, because you're in prison. So you behave so because you're in prison. So we can get the numbers, but the numbers are quite bad of the repeat offenders of the parolees. So both parolees and the bail, they need to be looked very, very close, Honorable Chair. There is an argument that there are not too many criminals that are running amok among South Africans. But the problem of the courts and correctional service is the resupply of the criminals, that they come back. At some times, by the way, we are victims of our success, especially the police who are victims of our success. When I was there, Honorable Member, there were 3 bouts of parole under Minister Lamula. At one time, there were 14,000. At the other time, there were 9,000 parolees at a go. The last one included Umsholozi, the parole, quoting that parole of 9,000. So it's an issue that when you follow them, you find them, some of them going back, having done the worst things and the original things that they've done, but also most they are found for the revenge. That they go back to those people that were witnesses and set them in prison and come back to them. I'm not saying that people, they must die in prison, but if there is a way of checking and thoroughly checking on the parole, they should be so. But when it comes to bail, I think the laws are there. There is this Schedule 6. If I'm not mistaken, the lawyers will help you. I'm told that the Schedule 6, you don't get the bail, especially if you're second Schedule 6 and all that kind of thing. So there are the laws that are there. But one thing that keeps cropping up with the bail is corruption. I don't know if the members are aware of the fire that is burning around the Judge Letwaba with a bail of Mlefe, that the Judge Letwaba was given 2.5 million to grant that bail. So there is that the magistrates are not very sympathetic to the work of the police. So if we can enhance those laws, let's do. But the laws are there. I hope people that are there to implement those laws can do the best.
Let me check with the Chief Whip first. Did you want to make a follow-up on the question before I... Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Nomval.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I think we've heard you, General, on the bail. I suspect that the Chief Whip is also looking forward now to also our report. Beyond bail, are you seeing any legislative or institutional reforms that you think this Parliament should be considering to strengthen the police service, given your experience in there?
Of the bail or policy in general?
Not bail, beyond the bail issue, which is one matter. All of these challenges that Honorable Nduli was asking about, that you've spoken at length over the last 2 days, is there anything that you think from a law perspective or an institutional reform perspective we should be considering?
Chairperson, I've said this time and again, or I heard Mkwanazi talking about it here. I said this is a good learner. I've said it time and again. Sometimes I think those that I belong with them in the organization, they'll think I'm a rebel on it. We created the situation where victims are treated worse than the perpetrators. Perpetrators in South Africa are having it nice. And the victims are thrown under the bus by the system. Most of your kids here, they are at school, private school, you have houses, you have cars and all that. If one of you are shot and killed, that killer will be taken to police station. The first thing that will do will complain about cold water. Want a hot water. That's the first thing that I can't use cold water here. I want a hot water. And indeed, you run around like a headless chicken getting hot water for him. The second one will say, I don't eat this, I eat this. When he's sick, most of them are taken to private hospitals where they have never been. Go there. When they are sentenced, they sit with TV and they watch everything and still go enjoy their medication and all that. When they stay longer, they study until we have just been given the numbers of those that will be writing matric, and others, they come out with PhDs and all that. Where are the kids of the father that was shot by that person? Nobody knows. We have the track record and the follow-up of a perpetrator until gets the parole. But we don't know about the kids that as their father dies, they are taken out of their private school because they can't pay. Their cars is repossessed, their house is repossessed, and kids, we call them paras. The system is wrong. We just need to go back. It's sympathetic and it's good to perpetrators vis-a-vis the victims. I think that should be really, well, that is not a sour grape because people that follow my statements, publicly speaking, I've said that thing time and again. The police die young. Maybe that's why we have subset and all that kind of thing. Even that, by the way, Honorable Malema, it's fun that we don't have the special education trust from the government that teaches the offense of the police that die on the line of duty. When we pay about 13,000 rand a month for a single prisoner, and those that are innocent, they get 350 rand. Then it's fine to go to prison. We pay 13,000 rand per prisoner a month. We pay 350 rand for a person that does not work and is hungry with the family. So people, they get comfort out of crime, out of committing crime. So I think we need to go back and check the system and see what we can do with the system as a whole. Thanks.
Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Malema.
Yeah, thank you once again, Chair. I just want to establish from the General. When General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was here, he said the reason why they formed this multidisciplinary approach or task team, it's because they were faced with an undesirable scenario where they arrest people today and see them out on bail on the following day. So one of the reasons why they formed it is because they wanted to circumvent that. Now, the question is, during your tenure, I know that you left it while it was doing its job. Is that kind of formation able to diffuse this thing that you call an animal, this one of a bail? And from a genuine and objective perspective point of view, I agree with you as a person who has been practicing as an attorney for 10 years. So I agree with your frustration because it is a prevalent problem that we have in our legal system. But is this an ideal formation that we can advise even to task teams which are currently in existence to say, because you are dealing with critical issues and we don't want to open gaps and loopholes, we must make sure that we have a multidisciplinary approach that will have SAPS, NPA, so that there will be no possibility for frivolous bails that are issued to criminals who will come back and be dangerous to society. Thank you very much.
We would term it a prosecutorial directed kind of investigations when they work together. Remember that in this task team initial, honorable member, there were this almost how many, 116 or 126 police with about 8 prosecutors working there. That did improve the situation. I think it's much better when the police investigators work together with the prosecutors. Mkhwanazi was correct, and the situation improved when the team was formed.
And the other thing you're proposing is that we need to democratize that thing of hiring of DDGs, where a national commissioner just can't appoint a person alone. Perhaps if we open it to a couple of people, depending on what could be the suggestion at a time. The same way Mdlulu was hired, where you've got a couple of ministers sitting together, inclusive of the national commissioner or anything to that effect, where these other people get hired, including provincial commissioners. We don't subject them to one individual.
Provincial commissioners or honorable member, they are in the constitution, so they are fine. They are in the constitution. The national commissioner in concurrence with the provincial government, so they agree on that. So again, a minimal play of the minister. They say if they can't agree, the minister comes and mediates. Immediately he mediates. So that will be an issue. So provincial commissioners are catered for. The problem are lieutenants generals who are DTGs. Honorable member, there is a way how DTGs are employed as we speak now. The DTGs, there will be a panel. I think the panel will be, I think DG will be 3 ministers and the DG from the other department. I think there will be 5 in panel, I forget the 5th one. But the DDG, it could be a minister of that department, and with the deputies of that department, and is a little bit junior. But it's happening. The call here is that even with the police, it must happen as it happened across the government. You don't need to come with the new methods. Those methods exist. How they exclude police is a problem, because it's only you that would decide that I'm the TTG today. And indeed, you will keep reminding me, but by the way, you are TTG because I like it. So it is a problem.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. General, there was a long discussion here with Minister Mchunu about the appointment of a Chief of Staff. What has been your own practice in the appointment of your own Chief of Staff? Maybe if you can recall in the police, because that's the recent job you have left.
Chief of Staff, there is a panel that Chief of Staff goes through, getting interviews and all that, and then they will recommend, and you've got, while there is a panel, you've got a very big say with the Chief of Staff that you agree with, but you don't sit on it. But as a minister, you do put the panel that will work on the matter, because it's a minister's employment, the Chief of Staff. But I can't wake up the next morning and shout that Mbele now is the Chief of Staff. There is a process nonetheless.
So the process is basically to look at the things that should not be bothering you, like check qualifications and all these other things. Now, who goes into that panel, not as a member, but to be considered as a Chief of Staff? Mangit, who? I mean, do you have to submit 3 names, 1 name? Who else? And how do people get to hear about it if I want to throw my name as well in the panel and be considered for the Chief of Staff of a minister?
I think it could be Chief of Staff. It could be both, depending on the minister. You can internally advertise, or you can advertise externally, as it would have happened with especially the police body. Usually in the police, they start by advertising internally, and if you can't get that person, then you go externally. That's how it goes. The panel that would be there, and those that applied from outside, if it is that the way it has been advertised, or internally, if it has been internal, and then they go through and they give and then they give the names to you, and you agree.
Okay. I'm left with 3 questions now, General. We're almost done here.
Just before you conclude, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, I was saying the Chief Whip must declare if he has an interest. We can lobby for him.
Let's proceed, Chief.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I'm left with 3. One of the 3 questions is another character, General, and I'm taking advantage of the fact that you have been in the public service since 1994, and also you are coming from the security terrain, even in terms of your participation in the struggle. Another character that has emerged over the past few years, very dominant in the police sector, for whatever reasons, is Paul O'Sullivan. Who is this person?
I thought you were going to say it's Mohose.
No, that one is a newcomer.
Paul Sullivan. I think Paul Sullivan is a British citizen originally. I don't know when he came in South Africa and all that kind of thing. Is one person that he plays big. So for some reason, I've never met him, but he really likes to talk about Cele. That's one person that speaks about Cele. One time was giving the history of Cele, when they were asking where it comes from, what is the history of Cele to be in this line of police. And he said, one time I was a metro police in Durban. He said I was a metro police in Durban. A metro police in Durban, their uniform is nice. By the way, they earn more money than the South African Police Service. The chiefs of metros earn more money than the National Commissioner. That's another thing. That's another awkward thing. That is why this city of Cape Town, where Honorable Cameron belongs, they've taken a lot of members of South African police to Metro, because Metro gives better remuneration than the South African police. Maybe those are things that at a certain given point we'll have to really look at them. Sullivan looks like he's like an octopus. I'm sure you know octopus. Octopus is almost all over and speak about everything, sometimes that he does not know anything about. But it does look like his insecurity. His benchmark life is Bheki Cele, that he took Bheki under. He had some form of security at the airport that Bheki cut off. I'm sure the path of taking Bheki under, it was quite several millions. There. Well, there would be information that it belongs to MI6 and all that kind of thing. But he is such a shady kind of a human being with a very little understanding of matters and very much big of himself. You know, I listened to him. Mkhwanazi did say this thing here. I listened to him initially, Sullivan, when he says he was sent by the president to scan a person that was going to be a national commissioner. And he told him about Masimula, and the president went on to employ a wrong person. So I heard Mkhwanazi saying that Sullivan said so here. I spoke to somebody this morning who was asking where Mkhwanazi took the thing, and they said no, it was said by Sullivan. Sullivan, according to him, is nothing but the god of security world, the god of running the politicians, the god of knowing every and any other thing. So where and how it came about here, I don't know. Maybe for that, it's important to end there. But one that it has, because it's not very much verified, could be said at a later stage. But the guy goes much deeper and much problematic about the matters. She has a version of Auntie Mary, but in a more serious and dangerous way. Auntie Mary does it academical. This one does in security way.
No, thank you. I'm asking because, you would have noticed I asked about Mdluli. I'm now asking about Liz O'Sullivan, because these are people who, from what we hear, whose involvement in our security cluster and the impact of their actions have been very, very devastating.
Just one other thing. He likes his beer, big time.
He likes his beer.
He loves his beer.
Yeah. Well, I hope sooner than later we'll understand what brings them together in that way.
He loves his beer, he hates Kumalo, he hates Masimula, he hates Mkwanazi.
Now, on the
He hates
issue,
Cele.
on the
There's no
issue,
problem with Mkunu.
he has a problem?
Has no.
Has no problem?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on the issue, General, of Matlala, Mr. Matlala, when in your statement you indicated that when he sent a message to somebody alerting them that we are going to come and make use of his facility or the place. Now, in that message, he says he referred to you as a business partner and a friend, something that you have firmly disputed in this meeting. Do you think that the possibility also exists that either everything or almost everything or some of what Matlala had told you about Minister Mkunu were simply a constructed lie?
The story told will be forever 50-50 whether truth or lies until it's verified. But my problem here is Matlala says I'll be arrested because of this document. He says, here is a document sent to me by Mkunu/Mogotsi. So that then gives me the understanding that is correspondence. You could go for the investigation and find that he got the document from somewhere. But if it's true that it was sent through Minister Mkunu/Mogotsi, they would have to explain, to say what was the role of that document playing in their correspondence, except saying, look at them. They are not clean as they are. I'm going to find them.
No, but I'm saying, I know that Honorable Member may want to make a follow-up. I'm saying, General, in terms of, this is a man you now have presented evidence before us, that this is a man who lies without being under pressure. Because when he sends a message to the third party, that please arrange for the place because my friend and a business partner is coming, that's lying without pressure. Why is it difficult for you to concede that it may very well be that in some of his assertion to you, he was acting in a way that he subsequently acted to you when he lied about you being a friend and being a business partner?
It's exactly the point I'm making, Honorable Member, to say the document that is sent to him, and on those bases, the minister argues or Mogotsi that the action will be taken, tells me that there is such a communication. That's why I'm saying 50-50, that there are things that could be lies. But when it comes to this one, only one thing that will make me change my mind on this one. If the document was not sent by them, but is a document that I don't think that Matlala would have an issue of hunting and having that document. Is a document that is in the circle of security matters. Indeed, it might happen that is lying about Cele and Zuma and all that kind of stuff. That is why when Mr. Mkunu says that's lie, and that's why I'm saying that it didn't say who's lying, Mr. Mkunu. It might have been Cele lying, might have been Matlala lying. It might have been him lying, Mr. Mkunu, because he might have said those things. So there is somewhere the truth. But if you say to me, this is not the truth, I would not have an issue to say I agree with it. But when it comes to I'm sure you did see on that one, I'll have a little bit of a problem believing it with ease.
Honorable Malem.
General, what is interesting is that at the Madlanga Commission, Witness C says when they were raiding Matlala's house, he asked them that the wife must leave because they found him with the wife. The wife must leave, and then he remained with them. And he started throwing names that I know so and so, I'm working with so and so. And coincidentally, he told them that I've got a relationship with Mkhunu and I'm going to see Mkhunu. We have got an appointment and all of that, which is what you told us that is what he told you, that he knows this person and they've got some working arrangement through Mkhotsi and all of that. Will that be a coincidence or a confirmation to an extent that there seems to be something happening between Mkhunu and Matlala? And what is more interesting is that he doesn't say anything about you to those police. He doesn't say, I've got this or that with Cele. He says, Mkhunu this, Mkhunu that. And then he puts Sibia as well in the whole thing, that they work with Sibia and exactly what we've been hearing here. What's your comment about that?
Well, this is the 6th. The rate is on the 6th of December. Definitely, it would not come across with me. Much later in December, maybe there is one truthful thing that he would have said. But, Chairperson, I don't want to go beyond honorable member of things from other sources. So, as the honorable member has asked why I would not concede that is lying when he says, I'll work with you, provided you don't work with Cele and Zuma on this project. It is online. It is online of politics. That thing of working with you in the project of becoming a president or a deputy president. But as I've said, that I would concede if I'm convinced that it was lies. But for the fact that there are other sources that come with that, so we'll have to look at it much closer. It did tell me about the payment. It did tell me and showed me the payment of the team that were argued that it was paid on behalf of Mkhunu coming here, their flights, their hotels, and all that kind of thing. So I know. So maybe one person that we need to look at very closely here would be Mkhotsi. Mkhotsi, with those screenshots, was asking a lot of 12 rand, 7 rand, 12,000, 7,000 and all that. He was making a lot of collection on that. Did that arrive where it was meant for on behalf of the minister? Or, but as I agree with you, the name keeps cropping up, and that should be a worry.
Honorable Sangun.
Thank you, Chair. Not quickly, General, just on this thing that if we were to consider whether Mr. Matlala could have perhaps maybe lied, let's say, about him and the minister and Brown, did you not consider to ask him why he didn't go to Minister Mkhunu, who he has such a very good relationship with, and he's funding his presidential ambitions? Why didn't he go and report to Minister Mkhunu that Sibia is making him do what Sibia asked him to do, to lie? You didn't think to ask him that maybe, General?
Well, Sibia was lying about Khumalo. Is that the understanding? That Spear did not lie about the minister. He lied. He said Matala must write the affidavit against Khumalo. Then I don't know why the reason that he would go to minister to say that Spear says I must lie. I think it was more of the police issue. Maybe that question would be why it didn't go to the national commissioner or other people. I don't know why, and I don't see the reason why it would go to the minister.
I've got only one question now, but you see why I could not finish early, as I had committed to Honorable Matthias and others, because my questions are provoking further interventions. One last question. I hope, General, it's my last question. You know, Matlala, this character, Matlala, you made a very good point earlier on that, and maybe you were also answering that question jokingly when one of the members was saying something about you being associated with a character like that, and you made reference to the fact that you are a retiree, you are no longer a minister. If you were a minister, you were going to have to come back and declare in an event where you had made use of the facilities of that person. Now, and I think we all have understood that. But besides the fact that you are a retired Minister General, you are not a retired leader of our movement and our people. And me and you know that our movement has historically prided itself as a parliament of the people of South Africa because of not just itself, but also the conduct of its leaders. Don't you think that if you look at it now with the benefit of hindsight, that your association, in whatever kind it assumes, acquaintance, or there's a word that was used here, in whatever kind that it assumes, don't you think that it does have a negative impact on the standing of the African National Congress? And don't you think in the context like that, you are contributing indirectly in diminishing the standing of the African National Congress by being associated with such characters? Thanks, Chair. That was my last question.
Chairperson, when I met Matlala, he was not arrested. I did not even know that he's a wanted for the things that are there. By the way, many of the leaders of Matlala, leaders of the movement, have been seen with Matlala. I hope you have seen his photo with the president. I hope you have, yeah. It's public, is there. And I guess many people would not know. And as I would not have known then, but I repeat of what I said. Taking what I know now, I would not behave as I behaved before I know who he is and what kind of a character.
Pangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm actually prompted by the response of the General, because, you know, one would have actually expected that the General, having been the Minister, you know, would have some kind of access to intelligence, you know, information. I find it very difficult to understand and accept Tuguti Umatlala could actually invade the corridors of leadership of this country without, you know, having been vetted by some security agencies be it criminal, South African, security, whatever. I can't accept that. I find it very difficult whether or not we still have a intelligence capacity as a country. If not, then we are very vulnerable. Thank you.
General, do you have any comment to make?
Well, the comment is that what I said yesterday to say is not the terrain of the minister to know the intelligence world. It's not. Somebody raised a question about counterintelligence. I just imagine the minister calling the counterintelligence. That would be worst. But with the president and those structures, remember, president has access to all these structures. The state security, for instance, the national commissioner and the head of intelligence in the police can be called by the president without telling me. If they want, they can tell me. If they don't want, they cannot tell me. The state security could be. And I think even the DI, president can have an access to DI. So if you ask me that question, I will take it that such a character would have been known and in the radar of these structures. And at a certain given point, having said, Mr. President, there is such issue with this person. Has that happened? I don't know. Maybe it has happened. Maybe it has been after some time. But there is one problem about photos. It's a serious problem. I'm not sure whether I know one person that they take a lot of photos with his Julius, Honorable Malem, and then
I don't have a photo with Matlala. Never.
Well, at least Usmaru wako. So, and then these photos, you find them moving around. So, and you really say, did I take this one? You know this Matlala issue. There is a photo that I've taken recently. I was not even aware that one person has chains here. So now when he moves around and you see that there are chains with it, you realize, yeah, man. So at this level, it can happen when people, but I agree with you that at the top level there must be people that are protecting to say, but you can't take it without shouting. So this picture can't be there and all that kind of thing. So I agree with you on that one.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on to the Chief Whip's comment, not only does it negatively tarnish the image of the political party to which you belong, it also sends a painful message. Although we are discussing things here at a very high level, it also sends a very painful message to the mother down there whose child has just stolen from her. When you sleep in the hotel of someone that is allegedly embroiled in drug cartels, it means that you almost become indirectly a beneficiary of what we go through in our communities. So when we look at you as a leader, and we expect your conduct to be of such. I accept what you said earlier on, that your relationship, in hindsight right now, when you look at it, it was a mistake. It should never have happened. But I just thought that I would emphasize how the public feels, how we as mothers and as people that's living with this feel when we see you benefiting from our pain and from the monies that our children steal from us. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Chair, is exactly the point that human beings will make mistakes. You come back and say it happened. I'm sure those mothers would have that question. But when I said, I didn't know this person is, now I know and it won't happen, I believe that they would understand. Thanks.
SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Just a few questions, General. How much did you know about Kabindi working for IPID? And would it have been at the time when McBride was the head of IPID? Around 2017?
Around 2017, I know that I was working for IPID, but I was not in the security establishment in 2017. I was doing one of my top jobs, which was the Deputy Minister of Agriculture.
And subsequently, when you became minister in 2018?
I think by then he was not there, either suspended or whatever the issue. But I think he was not working by then.
You're talking about in Kabinde, not
yes.
McBride?
Kabinde.
Kabinde. And
McBride? I'm asking about McBride.
No, I'm asking about Kabinde. Kabinde, do you know that he was, and I speak subject to correction, but I heard that he was also involved or embroiled with some issue with O'Sullivan. Did you hear anything about that or know anything about that?
Well, I know that there were issues between them, but mostly the issues I know is that Sullivan worked closely with McBride, maybe more than Nkabinde. I wouldn't know exactly the involvement of Nkabinde, but I know that there was some common touch.
So the common touch between O'Sullivan and McBride resulted in Kabindi either being suspended or dismissed or resigning?
Well, I don't know the reason of suspension of Nkabinde.
Now, IPID investigates police misconduct. So that would commence with some complaint about the conduct of a police officer, either a member of the public or a colleague or a whistleblower. Would it be, in your experience, having been minister for so long and obviously interacting, I suppose, with IPID from time to time, that two officers of IPID would go and visit a complainant to discuss the case or maybe take a statement or ask for further information?
We talk of McBride and Nkabinde.
Well, generally
visiting.
I'm going to ask you something specific, but I'm just asking generally.
I don't know why at that level, especially the head of the institution, will also visit me at home.
Yeah.
I might be, if there is any form of respect, I might be visited by some officers, but it can't be the head of. It can't be Masimula coming to my place to take the statement and all that. I'm sure he might send some officers to go and do this. So to answer your question, it does sound unusual.
Or does it depend on the profile of the person or some influence that the person might have, either as a high-ranking officer or a high-ranking or well-known politician?
Even so, I would not expect the head of the institution to come and visit at that level. That might be the influence, but I think the influence can only say, as a head, I'm sending you, Junior, to go and see this so and so at his place. But the whole head going there and taking somebody going there, it does sound unusual.
So just your comment then, because the specific case is in 2017 when a chairperson can't handle this question anyway, it seems. In 2017, McBride and Kabinde visited the home Minister Mchunu. At the time, he was still unemployed, as it were, yet you will recall he was a premier, then he was removed, and it was in that period afterwards in 2017 when one of his bodyguards or someone close to him, a protector, was killed. And he then lodged a complaint because he was accused of being involved in it. And then McBride and Kabinde visited his home.
I've heard about that visit, but I would just wonder why it would have been the head of the institution and Kabinde and the McBride taking Kabinde going there. I really would formulate no opinion why they would have gone there.
And then he appoints a private investigator to become involved, presumably to almost play an oversight role and ensure that the police officers involved do their work. And Kabinde is then sent to see the Hawks because Senzo Mchunu alleged that the Hawks were harassing him. What do you make of all that?
Harassing who? Hawks were harassing who?
They allegedly harassing Minister Mchunu.
So he sends the PI, private investigator.
No, he doesn't send the PI. And Kabinde, after the visit by him and McBride to him, Kabinde goes to the Hawks to speak to the Hawks. Whatever, we don't know what he said to the Hawks or asked the Hawks or told the Hawks. But it is because Minister Mchunu is now complaining that they are harassing him. What's your comment on this kind of conduct or this kind of...
What audacity Kabinde had to go to the Hawks and tell them who to work with or not?
Yes, no, I think I just want to understand how that would work when it's the independent complaints arm of the police visiting a complainant, and then from the complainant going to another arm of the police, the Hawks, who are supposed to be independent, and going to speak to them about harassing a complainant to IPID.
Kabinde was still in IPID then?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what form that Minister Mchunu then approached the matter. But remember, private citizens of South Africa, they have a right to approach IPID if they feel they are harassed by the police. That will include the complaint about Hawks does not go to IPID. It goes to the Hawks judge. It doesn't go to IPID.
But I think at that time there wouldn't have been a judge. I think it was fairly recent.
So then, if the private citizen is harassed by the police or Hawks, then if there were no judges, they had a right to go and investigate the allegation, not to tell the Hawks to stop or not, because to investigate, and the police or the Hawks would say we had a case to pursue, and then it ends there with the IPID must allow the police to continue to do their work. So I don't understand the modules here, why it would happen that way. Was it a courtesy visit to say stop it, or was it investigation? I wouldn't know.
Thank you, General. In your capacity as Minister of Police, during your time from 2018 through to June 2024, did you at any stage interfere with any police investigations, live dockets, or interact with the National Public Prosecution Service at all in relation to any case?
No, I've never been part of dockets of the investigators. Under my job as a National Commissioner and the Minister of Police, dockets don't come close to me.
So you don't at all, when you interact with the police, for example, we know that when you were minister, you appear on television regularly at the scene of a crime because of your concern as the Minister of Police, and as you told us in your consultation, you're an elected office bearer, official, and the people, when something happens like the tavern killings, when those youngsters died in the tavern, you go to the scene of the crime because the community are not asking, where's the National Commissioner, where's the Provincial Commissioner? They want to know, where's the Minister?
In many times, you will go there because the communities are making that call, which will say, where is the minister? And the member sitting behind you, Honorable James, will also remember that there were many calls, especially to Westbury, where we'll go and explain. Places like Enyobeni, people will send, will listen to them in the morning as kids have died the last night, where is the minister and all that. I've found out with my work that people don't expect National Commissioner to come and explain as communists. They expect politicians, the minister, to come and explain what has happened. And they'll even further argue to say, you are a public representative. We elected you. We did not elect the commissioner. Their job, commissioners, is to work on the crime scene, arrest and investigate. The job of the politicians is to link up and talk with the people there.
Now, the reason why I asked you that is that in many of these scenes, crime scenes that you have visited, surely you would maintain an interest in those cases, like the Saldanha case, the tavern case in East London. Those cases you would maintain an interest, but would that interest, you'd maintain an interest. But
yes.
Isn't it so also that from time to time you would have more than an interest in the case? That you would either somehow become involved in the continued or further investigation of the case or the prosecution of the case, or whether or not a case should be prosecuted?
Well, some of those cases, the communities, the relatives, the parents do need the ongoing kind of briefing. So what you would do is that the investigators, they take you through how far have they gone. Not about the investigation, but about the level that they've covered to try to resolve the case, and then you report back. But at no stage as a minister, maybe as a national commissioner you might, but no stage as a minister where you say, can you show me the docket? Let me see this docket. How far have you gone? What are you written in the docket? That is completely out of the terrain of the minister.
Or once a docket is actually taken to the prosecutor to prosecute the case, you wouldn't become involved in the decision whether or not to prosecute?
No.
I ask this again in the context of the tragic, the first tragic death of Anele Tembi and the
tragic of
Anele,
okay.
and then the murder of AKA.
Okay.
Were you not involved in either or both of those matters?
In murdering.
No,
I was not involved in murdering.
Not perpetrating the crime. I'm saying in your interest, they were both very high-profile cases.
For information, SC, I was bombarded heavily of not attending the crime scene of AKA. Everybody was asking, where is he? We didn't see. He knows what happened and all that. Instead, I went to see the parents here in Johannesburg. I visited the parents and I spoke with the parents and all that. Maybe today I can take also the opportunity, because in the social medias and everybody said, AKA father snapped me and they shook hands from Kwanazi in court. That day I took the flight with AKA father from Cape Town. We spoke from there. We spoke at the airport and we agreed that we'll meet at the courthouse. So had no business then to come and shake the hand when we have met that early in the morning, when we moved together from all the way from Cape Town to here. So I wanted to make that. But I had a lot of a link. I had a lot of a link with the family, with AK. But for that fact that the father would phone and ask, have we found anything? So now and again, I would ask from the provincial commissioner to find out, is there any positive story that we can tell the family? One thing about that case, it was quite a difficult case to investigate. They would tell you things that they are close, but never reach where they were supposed to reach. But nonetheless, you'll be told that we're still working on it, so that you are able to let the family know.
No, I'm just. But is it your evidence that you never became involved at all in the investigation of the case, the decision to prosecute or not to prosecute? You're not involved at all.
Case of AKA?
Well, both. I think in the case of Anele, there was, I think there is or was an inquest.
Nene. Which other case?
Anele.
Anele?
Yes.
Or the daughter?
Yeah, I think the
daughter of Tembe?
Yeah.
No. I was never involved in a prosecution, in investigation, and with the prosecutor, no. I would have been briefed.
No, I just thought that
by those that were involved.
Yeah, that while we have the opportunity of having you here to ask, is that I'd been requested to ask about it. As a minister, would you be privy to a work plan that is being an organizational work plan that's being designed in the South African Police Service? You know that there's an organizational plan that is, I think, every 3 or 4 years it's revised and so on. And I'm asking that in the context of a work study of 2019, which I actually want to ask you whether you knew about it. It was attached to Sabia's affidavit, and then more recently in Minister Mkunu's affidavit, he attached a 2024 work study, which one can see from the various signatures of some senior officials. You know that sequence until at the end the National Commissioner signs off on it. Whether you were aware of that work study, because he relies on the 2024 work study to demonstrate that the PKTT was going to be disestablished or dismantled.
Well, you could be privy, but it depends on the National Commissioner. There is no obligation that they come and show you, but because organogram of the organization that you finally politically had, the national commissioner would show that this is what we have: deputy, the units, the divisions, and all that kind of stuff. But it remains his or her territory on that one. So if as it develops, can show you, but at a certain given point when it passes, he or she can pass it without your concurrence or disagreement.
So it's a purely operational matter.
Exactly.
And when it is shared with you, they would come and say, Minister, this has now been reorganized and this is now what the structure looks like. But it's not to consult or ask you for your input.
It's not for consultation. It's just showing you. It's prerogative of the.
Now, I just want
officer.
to ask you. There's because in this work study, there's an which Minister Nkunu relies on to justify this directive of 31 December, amongst others. We see that there's a number of by introduction. By way of introduction, that these task teams that I'm going to mention, some of them, are criticized because they're out of control, their members spend a lot of money, and they're not operating within the confines of the budget and so on. And the teams that are mentioned, the foreign vehicle team, the multiple trio task team, the narcotics team, the kidnap and ransom team, the extortion team, and then there's the PKTT is not specifically mentioned, but there's reference to a political murders team, and there's about 10 or 12 different task teams. Now, this is a document that was signed off actually eventually in 2025 by the National Commissioner. But by the time you vacated office as minister, these task teams it appears were still in operation.
Yes, they were, but most interestingly, why then December 31st you cancel one when they're all in the same line of problem? So why do you cancel one?
Well, that's why I mentioned it to you. On what basis, without any reasons, do you single out one of these task teams?
So there are almost 10 there.
Yeah, and I know we're under time pressure, but if you look at the organogram, that's one of the reasons that Minister Nkunu gives, because you won't see them listed in the organogram.
But why do you cancel one when there are 10?
Yeah. And to your knowledge, the other 9 or 10 or 12, are they still in operation? To your knowledge?
Well, I don't know. If those task teams are there. But it would have been nice if the very first letter would have said, deal with all this and count 10. Why one?
Yeah. Because it seems to me, that these are dedicated multidisciplinary task teams, for the very reason that that particular area where crime is being committed has been identified for special attention. Would that be the case? Like extortion, murder, kidnapping?
There will never be time, I see, where there is no task team established. For instance, in South Africa, kidnapping is a new thing. Extortion is a new thing. So you could not have had that thing in the organogram because extortion is very new. It started here in Cape Town a few years ago. Kidnapping, it came from Mozambique a few years ago and all that. And unfortunately, both of them, they need a lot of skill and dedicated people and machinery. For instance, kidnapping, needs a lot of equipment of doing different things on it. And those equipment will take money to be there and all that. There are new things, they are specialized, so they'll have to put money on it. There will be other things some other time that was not part of it that will have to be policed. That is not in the econogram, but we'll have to put them as a task team in response. And then some of them, those task team will have to end because maybe that problem has ended. So it's going to be a running target, this thing of task team, but permanently there as coming and going. But the question for me still stands that if there are these 10 task teams, whether exist or not, why on that particular day cancel one?
It seems to me that the National Commissioner, presumably in consultation with his deputy commissioners for the very different sections like policing and so on, can establish a task team at any time for a specific purpose.
For instance, extortion and I think those are the youngest. Extortion and the kidnapping team are the youngest to respond to the new crime in the market, because those are two new crimes in the market.
Doesn't have to be on the organogram.
No. Otherwise, if you wait for organogram, that takes about 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
The criminals will be laughing all the way to the bank, waiting for organogram.
Yeah.
And ask people, why don't you arrest? No, organogram is coming.
So although the PKTT was established to serve a particular purpose, it was a task team. This team continued to exist and to be funded from the police budget, and according to your evidence, it's still in existence.
Well, I don't know if it was funded from the police alone. I don't know if prosecutors that are dedicated, they were paid by the police. I don't know. Maybe justice will help us one day, that those dedicated prosecutors, for instance, there will have to be an extra money for special courts. There will be an extra money for magistrates and prosecutors that go there a little bit out of their work. So I would have loved to know who pays for those. But this money we talk about is paying for one component, and that component is the police.
And that is why you had the interministerial committee.
That is why I'm there.
Yeah.
Yeah, with other ministers, so that they look after their specific activities in their departments.
Now, I would have thought, or most people would have thought, that the establishment of the Independent Directorate Against Corruption was welcomed. But from the evidence of Lieutenant General Kwanazi, and it also appears to be the case from your evidence, that there seems to be, let me put it neutrally, some kind of issues against IDEC, especially in the wake of their arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo. What exactly is your complaint about IDEC?
No, I would not complain about the work of the IDEC, but I can't have a structure, such a powerful structure, that has no oversight. That will be my main complaint. That up to this point, I don't know any form of oversight, like the iPad with the police, like the judge with the Hawks. So otherwise, you'll find the people running amok without anybody checking them and telling them to fall in line.
But you're not able to comment on the allegation that for some reason or other, Lieutenant General Khumalo was, of course, he was arrested and he appeared in court.
Well, that's a story that is on the air. The Honorable Member Ngola yesterday said we'll have to find the letter. But that's a story I know, that the letter was written from the office of the minister to deal with this matter. If that is the case, it's absolutely out of order. If it could be established, I think is a matter that will have to be corrected and take a very serious corrective measures on it. That the office of the minister cannot write the law enforcement and enforcing agency to say do it. It can't be.
Then just a last aspect relating to the terms of reference of this honourable committee to make recommendations to Parliament on possible reforms and remedial measures, because it's quite clear that there are a number of problems, and I think you've addressed them very well. But some people may be concerned because the Parliament will also have to adopt an approach, and we've got a constitution. It must be done in accordance with the constitution, must be constitutionally compliant. But a number of people would be concerned about your approach to policing. We've heard you, I don't want to repeat the words here in this august chamber, but it appears to be an approach where, you've just got to attack the criminals and shoot them, and you yourself have mentioned you're concerned about the right to bail. General Nkonazi, who seems to share this approach, he complains about the trade unions getting people off their disciplinary hearings. He complains about the media using allegedly confidential or information and putting it in the papers. And you also seem to have a problem with our system of parole.
There was a famous statement here that was associated with me, shoot to kill.
Yes.
So even on the road, when the young people see me, they'll say, shoot to kill. I have made a challenge, and I want to repeat here. Show me where Cele says so. Either in a print form or electronic. I've never uttered that statement, that shoot to kill.
Well, thankfully, I didn't repeat it, yeah.
Yeah. It has been interpreted from my stance to say police cannot die with the guns in their hands. And I stand by that. SC, there are two ways of policing in South Africa. You police the masses that have a right to complain, have a right to march and all that kind of stuff. And you cannot use force to those people. That's why you train POP, public order policing, to go and deal with those people that are legitimately complaining about those things. There are those that they plan to eliminate whoever on their way as they go to do their work. Those people like cash in transit. Therefore, that's why you develop your NIU, your TROT, your special task force. So the policing will be forever to approach what is a danger in front of you is an ordinary South Africans demanding the rights that they should have, and you police them as such. Or are the criminals that they want to take over the systems and make life difficult for everybody? So I always look at the tennis players. The harder you hit, the harder you return. That's how you play the tennis.
No, sometimes you play a drop shot.
That's how you play the tennis.
Just play it over the net.
We are not going to take the POP and give them rubber bullets and give them water tanks and say there is cash ice there. Rush, here are the rubber bullets. We're not going to do that. Again, we're not going to take a special task force and say, look, there are people complaining about electricity and water there. Take your life, ammunition. So there'll be always these categories, and police must be enabled to respond accordingly.
So a flexible approach depending on the nature of the threat or the crime being committed. If you're dealing with armed robbers intent on committing a heist, then you deal with them accordingly.
I love my term.
You don't send in public order police.
I love my term accordingly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, General. And again, thank you for your cooperation. And you're the one witness that we interviewed. We didn't see any lawyers in the room. And so thank you very much. And your evidence has been extremely helpful to inform our terms of reference. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair, from my team members.
Okay. Thank you so much, SC and your team. Thank you so much, General, for the time that you have created to be with us here. And I want to take the opportunity and thank honorable members. Honorable Skosana, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witness, General Minister. He complained earlier, Chair, to say, I'm the one who brought him here. It's not true. It's so I just want to say to you, nothing personal. I know he was angry a bit, that perhaps, as he said yesterday, that I'm the one who called him here. It's our work, Minister. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks myself. No, I did not call the lawyers because I thought things that have to do with the truth and only truth. It would be worse to call Nomvaba to be my lawyer. It would be really worse. Having said so, I did not get the opportunity, but I'm jealous. There was a big debate here about the devolution of powers. I want to repeat. I felt sorry that you put the operative to the political debate. Maybe it can be debated at the next time, but it was unfair, very unfair, to put the police officer to debate the law. Police officers don't debate the law; they enforce the law. They don't debate it. They don't develop it. They enforce it. So I would say so. Thank you.
Look, honorable members, we were at a point where we were thanking all of you for your participation in this week's proceedings. To our staff that coordinates our activities and keep the public informed about the work that we do here. We want to thank you so much. And I see honorable members also bring their staff from their respective parties. We also want to thank them for the support that they give you. We want to thank you so much for that. We are resuming next week, Tuesday. The starting time will be 11 o'clock. Yeah, it will be 11 o'clock on Tuesday. Yeah, you won't be here in those. So I always get disappointed when we come to the end of the meetings, and there is nothing I can do. Even if I want to continue with the meeting, there is nobody raising a hand. I don't have any choice but to call off the meeting.
Point of order, Chair.
The meeting.
Our guest is asking a question, Chair. You must answer that question,
Chair. The meeting adjourned.
But Chair, there's a question from our guest, Chair.
We will meet next week, Tuesday at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Chair, uthi ndo sinenkinga ekhaya yini? Makhanda.